Part 1. Chapter 1. The Perfect Illusion. A voice, dry and wry, like a knowing observer commenting on a particularly strange play, cuts through the perpetual twilight of Severin. Picture this: a village perpetually bathed in the soft glow of a never-setting dusk. Muted colors, sounds dampened as if the world itself were holding its breath, and a rhythm to life as predictable as the sunrise, if the sunrise never actually happened. The voice, a detached narrator, continues, painting a picture of the village with absurd precision. The air hums with a barely audible vibration, a subtle symphony orchestrating the lives of its inhabitants, a carefully constructed reality, if you will. The camera, as if guided by the voice itself, settles on ANYA. She sits before her easel, the canvas stark white, a mocking emptiness in contrast to the vibrant chaos erupting within her. Her studio, tucked away on the outskirts of Severin, is a riot of color. Canvases overflow with distorted figures, jarring palettes, and forms that twist and writhe with an unsettling energy. This is her sanctuary, her rebel lion against the enforced serenity of the village. Outside her window, Severin unfolds in muted tones of perpetual twilight. Cobblestone streets wind past quaint houses with perfectly manicured gardens. Villagers move with a practiced grace, their smiles meticulously crafted, their interactions as predictable as the rhythm of the unseen hum that permeates the air. It is a beautiful lie, a perfect illusion. ANYA feels it in every cell, a suffocating sense of artificial harmony. ANYA sighs, the sound lost in the pervasive hum. She picks up a brush, crimson paint swirling on the palette, the defiant splash of reality in the village's muted landscape. The weight of the unspoken expectations of Severin presses down on her, a tangible force in the still air. This village, it's a cage, she murmurs to herself, her voice barely audible. A gilded cage, but a cage nonetheless. The crimson paint drips onto the canvas, a violent expression of her discontent. A sudden flicker, a momentary distortion in the reflection of the window. The hum stutters, a silent hiccup in the village's carefully orchestrated symphony. ANYA freezes, her hand hovering over the brush. Was it real? Or just the product of her own overactive imagination, fueled by relentless nights of anxiety and sleeplessness? The doubt twists in her gut, a familiar companion. The door creaks open, and Elias enters. He's a blacksmith, strong and grounded, a figure of traditional Severin. His eyes, usually filled with a quiet warmth, hold a shadow of concern. "ANYA," he says, his voice a low rumble against the gentle hum. "You look troubled." "Troubled?" ANYA scoffs, a wry smile playing on her lips. "That's an understatement, my friend. I think I've stumbled upon a rather glaring flaw in the system's design." Her tone is laced with a dark humor, a way to mask the growing unease that claws at her insides. Elias takes a step closer, his gaze lingering on the unsettling artwork that dominates the room. "Your paintings, they are unsettling, ANYA." The villagers talk. "Why can't you paint landscapes like Hilaire? It would bring you peace." ANYA's laughter is short, sharp, a cynical sound against the background hum. "Peace? There's no peace in mimicking the world they've crafted for us. My art screams, Elias. It bleeds truth, even if they don't want to see it." The unspoken accusation hangs heavy in the air, an accusation against Severin, against the artificiality that permeates every corner of their existence, and against the subtle, sinister force that orchestrates it all. Elias sighs, his shoulders slumping under the weight of her words, her raw emotion too much even for his grounded nature. He doesn't understand, can't understand, but he senses the truth in her words. The weight of unspoken anxieties, shared unease, a Severin syndrome, a subtle malaise that masks itself in idyllic beauty. He places a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "ANYA, you need to be careful. You can't keep pushing against the grain like this." Severin doesn't like it when people question things. The words hang in the air, heavy with the unspoken threat. The carefully constructed facade of Severin, momentarily fractured by ANYA's artistic rebel lion and the subtle reality glitches, begins to reassert itself. The hum intensifies, a subtle pressure, a reminder of the pervasive control that reigns in Severin. Chapter 2. The Seeds of Discontent. Elias shifted uncomfortably, his gaze flitting between the floor and ANYA's face. "Anya, you need to rest," he said, his voice a low rumble that felt oddly foreign in the stillness of the studio. "You've been working too hard." "Rest?" Anya echoed, her voice flat, devoid of its usual sardonic bite. As if rest could erase this feeling that everything is wrong. She picked up a brush, its weight surprisingly light in her hand. I don't belong here, Elias. None of this is real." Elias withdrew his hand, his brow furrowed with concern. He had known Anya his entire life, had seen her through childhood scrapes, teenage rebel lions, and the devastating loss of her parents. He had always been drawn to her fiery spirit, her untamed creativity, but the darkness that now clung to her was something new, something that frightened him. "Anya," he said, his voice softening, "you're not yourself. You need to talk to someone. The elders." Anya cut him off, her voice sharp. "The elders? Don't be ridiculous, Elias. They'd sooner blame my unnatural art than acknowledge something might be wrong with their precious Severin." Her bitterness dripped from every word, a venomous concoction of past hurts and present anxieties. Her mind flashed back to her childhood, to her first attempts at sculpting, her fingers clumsily molding the clay into strange, misshapen creatures that reflected the nightmares that plagued her sleep. The villagers had called it morbid, disturbing, a reflection of a troubled mind. Even her own parents, while outwardly supportive, had subtly steered her towards more acceptable forms of art, landscapes, portraits, still lifes that mirrored the placid beauty of Severin. But Anya wouldn't conform. Her art was her voice, a way of processing the chaos that churned within her, a chaos that seemed to echo the strange, unsettling truths she was beginning to glimpse beneath the surface of Severin's carefully orchestrated reality. "They told me I needed to focus on the beauty around me," Anya said, her voice low, bitter. "They said my art was too dark, too honest." She looked at Elias, a challenge in her eyes. "But what is beauty, Elias, in a world where the sun never sets, where the colors are muted, and the air hums with a symphony of control?" Elias didn't answer. He couldn't. He felt the unease too, the subtle dissonance that grated against his soul, but he had always pushed it down, buried it beneath the rhythm of his work, the familiar routine of life in Severin. Anya's words, her art, her very presence, were a constant reminder of the things he tried so hard to ignore. Anya saw the conflict in his eyes, the struggle between loyalty and doubt. "You feel it too, don't you?" she pressed, her voice softening, a flicker of vulnerability breaking through her cynicism. "This feeling that we're not in control, that someone, is pulling the strings." Elias looked away, his jaw clenching. "Don't, Anya," he muttered. "Don't say things you can't take back." He knew the dangers of questioning Severin, of challenging the carefully constructed reality that held their lives in its gentle, suffocating embrace. He had heard the whispers, the stories of those who had strayed too far from the village, who had returned broken, babbling of strange lights, distorted landscapes, and entities beyond comprehension. They were dismissed as madmen, heretics, their stories a warning to those who dared to question the order of things. But Anya was different. She was like a crack in the perfect facade of Severin, a fissure through which the unsettling truth could seep. He loved her, had always loved her, but her relentless pursuit of truth, her unwavering defiance, terrified him. Anya reached out, her hand brushing against his cheek. "Elias," she whispered, her voice husky with emotion, "I'm not crazy. I know what I saw. I know what I feel." Her fingers traced the lines of his jaw, the rough texture of his skin, a grounding sensation in the increasingly unreal atmosphere of her studio. She looked into his eyes, searching for the understanding, the shared unease that she knew lay beneath his carefully constructed facade. Elias closed his eyes, leaning into her touch, his breath catching in his throat. He wanted to believe her, wanted to share her burden, but the fear, the ingrained fear of questioning Severin, held him back. "What if you're wrong, Anya?" he whispered, his voice a tortured rasp. "What if this quest for truth destroys everything?" Anya pulled back, her hand dropping to her side. Her eyes hardened, the vulnerability replaced by a steely resolve. "What if I'm right, Elias?" she countered, her voice low, dangerous. "What if the lie is all we have left? She knew the path ahead would be fraught with danger, with uncertainty, with the potential for madness, but she wouldn't turn back. Something had awakened within her, a primal instinct, a yearning for truth that transcended fear. "I have to find out, Elias," she said, her voice quiet, firm. "For myself. For all of us." She looked at him, a challenge and a plea in her eyes. "Will you come with me?" Elias hesitated, his heart pounding against his ribs. He knew the risks, knew the potential consequences, but he also knew he couldn't let Anya face this alone. He loved her, and that love, however forbidden, however dangerous, was stronger than his fear. He took a deep breath, the air heavy with the unspoken anxieties of severing. "Where do we start?" he asked, his voice rough, resigned. Anya smiled, a genuine smile that lit up her face, a flicker of defiance in the muted twilight of her studio. The journey had begun. The seeds of discontent had taken root, and the perfect illusion of severing was about to crumble. Chapter 3. The Feather's Arrival. The sky above Severin, perpetually awash in the gentle hues of twilight, remained unchanged, a canvas of unchanging serenity. The air, typically humming with a subtle, comforting vibration, held its breath. Anya stood frozen, her hand hovering above a canvas, a brush poised mid-stroke, capturing the unsettling depth of the village elder's eyes. The portrait, vibrant and unnerving, seemed to breathe on the easel, the elder's gaze piercing through the layers of paint, a silent indictment of her defiance. A sudden shift in the atmosphere, a subtle ripple in the fabric of reality, drew Anya's attention. A shiver, like a phantom breeze, whispered through her studio, stirring the canvases leaning against the walls. The sweet, comforting aroma of baking bread, a constant in the air of Severin, vanished, replaced by the acrid tang of burning plastic, a scent so alien and intrusive that it made her gag. A wave of nausea rolled over her, a physical manifestation of the disquiet that had been simmering within her for as long as she could remember. Then, from the unchanging sky, a feather fell. Not a simple bird feather, but something extraordinary, something impossible in the meticulously crafted reality of Severin. It was luminous, iridescent, as if woven from liquid light, shimmering with an otherworldly glow that both frightened and beckoned. It spiraled down, a silent messenger from a realm beyond her understanding, landing softly at her feet, the air around it rippling with a strange, unseen energy. Anya stared at the feather, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. This was not a glitch, not a momentary distortion in the carefully curated reality of Severin. This was something else, something profound, something that resonated with the growing unease within her, the whispers that haunted the edges of her perception, the unsettling visions that flashed in her peripheral vision. Hesitantly, she reached down, her fingers brushing against the feather's delicate structure. It was cool to the touch, surprisingly so, and its smoothness was unnerving, almost unnatural. As she picked it up, a jolt of energy surged through her hand, a thrumming sensation that seemed to connect her to the feather, to the source of its otherworldly power. "It shouldn't be here," Anya whispered, her voice barely audible above the low hum that had returned to the air, a symphony of control resuming its subtle orchestration of their lives. The feather was a stark contrast to the muted hues of Severin, a discordant note in their carefully constructed symphony of peace. It was a symbol of something beyond their understanding, a promise of something more than the carefully curated reality they had always known. A sudden rap at the door startled her, making her jump. She quickly hid the feather beneath a pile of brushes, her heart still racing from the feather's arrival and the unsettling sensations it evoked. She knew, instinctively, that the feather was something she needed to keep secret, something that the villagers, with their placid smiles and their unwavering acceptance of Severin's reality, would not understand. The door creaked open, revealing Elaire, her childhood friend and the only person in Severin who truly saw her, who understood the turmoil that raged within her. Elaire's eyes, usually warm and understanding, were clouded with worry, her brow furrowed with a concern that mirrored Anya's own growing unease. "Anya," Elaire began, her voice hushed, urgent, "they are talking about you again. The elder is not pleased." Anya's stomach clenched. The elder, the figurehead of their seemingly idyllic community, the embodiment of Severin's placid conformity, had always viewed her with suspicion, her art a constant source of disapproval. She knew her paintings unsettled the villagers, that her bold strokes and vibrant colors disrupted the carefully maintained harmony of their world. But she couldn't help herself. Her art was an outlet, a rebel lion against the stifling sameness, the enforced tranquility that threatened to suffocate her soul. "What is it this time?" Anya asked, forcing a nonchalant tone, masking the fear that was creeping up her throat. Ilera hesitated, her gaze darting to the portrait of the elder on the easel, the unsettling intensity of his painted eyes seeming to follow their every movement. "It's the portrait," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "They say it's disturbing. They say it's not natural." Anya scoffed, a bitter laugh escaping her lips. "Natural? What's natural in a world where the light never changes? Where the shadows hold more truth than the faces staring back at me?" Her words were sharp, laced with the frustration that had been building within her for years, a rebel lion against the artificiality of their existence. Ilera sighed, her shoulders slumping with the weight of Severin's unspoken expectations. "Anya, please," she pleaded, her voice soft, but edged with the fear of consequences. "Don't make this harder than it has to be. Just go and speak with the elder. Apologize for the painting. Tell him you'll try to be more fitting." "Fitting?" Anya spat, the word tasting like poison on her tongue. "I'm not a piece of fabric to be cut and sewn into their perfect little tapestry. I'm not a cog in their well-oiled machine." She took a step towards Ilera, her voice rising with each word, her frustration bubbling over. "I'm Anya, and I won't be mold." Ilera reached out, her hand hovering hesitantly near Anya's arm. "Anya, please. You need to rest. You've been working too hard." Her voice was gentle, soothing, a balm against Anya's rising anger, but Anya flinched away, Ilera's touch a jarring reminder of the constraints of their world. "He doesn't know what's best for me," Anya retorted, her voice trembling with suppressed fury. "He doesn't know anything about me." Years of stifled creativity, of enforced conformity, of being told who she was, what she should feel, what she should create, boiled over within her. Anya's gaze fell to the pile of brushes where she had hidden the feather. She could feel its energy thrumming beneath the bristles, a beacon in the suffocating sameness of Severin. It was a reminder that there was something more, something beyond the carefully constructed walls of their village, something that called to the rebellious spirit within her, the part of her that refused to be contained, to be controlled. "What do they want from me, Ilera?" Anya asked, her voice cracking, the carefully constructed mask of defiance crumbling to reveal the fear that gnawed at her core. "They want you to conform," Ilera whispered, her voice heavy with the weight of Severin's expectations. "They want you to be like them." Anya closed her eyes, the feather's energy pulsing against her skin, a counter-rhythm to the subtle hum of Severin's control. She knew Ilera was right. They wanted her to be docile, compliant, to fit seamlessly into their world of muted colors and carefully orchestrated emotions. They wanted her to paint their idealized reality, to perpetuate the illusion of their perfect world. But Anya couldn't do that. Her art was her truth, a way of expressing the dissonance she felt, the cracks in their carefully constructed facade, and the feather, with its otherworldly energy and its promise of something beyond Severin, had ignited a spark within her, a yearning for something more, something real. "I can't be like them, Ilera," Anya whispered, her voice raw with emotion. "I can't pretend anymore." The air in the studio shifted, the ethereal hum that permeated Severin intensifying, morphing into a low growl that vibrated through the floorboards. The muted pastels of her studio seemed to bleed and swirl, the colors becoming more vibrant, more chaotic. The stench of burning plastic returned, stronger this time, acrid and overpowering. Reality itself seemed to be fraying around the edges, mirroring the turmoil within her. Ilera gasped, her eyes widening in fear. "Anya, what's happening?" She stumbled back, her hand reaching out for support, her gaze darting around the studio, searching for an anchor in the disintegrating reality. But Anya stood transfixed, her gaze locked on the hidden feather. She could feel its energy intensifying, the intricate patterns on its shaft shimmering, shifting, forming something akin to writing, an alien script she couldn't decipher, but felt an overwhelming urge to understand. "I don't know," Anya whispered, her voice a mixture of awe and terror, "but I think it's just the beginning." The feather pulsed one last time, a blinding flash of light that filled the studio, and then everything went still. The color solidified, the air calmed, the stench of burning plastic fading into a lingering phantom scent. The only evidence of the reality glitch was Ilaire's terrified expression, her face pale and drawn, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination. A long, tense silence hung between them, broken only by the soft hum of Severin's symphony, a reminder of the control that still held them captive. "We need to leave," Anya said, her voice low and urgent, the feather's message echoing in her mind. "We need to get out of Severin." Ilaire shook her head, her gaze darting to the door, then back to Anya, her expression torn between fear and a flicker of something new, something sparked by the events of the past few minutes. "We can't," she whispered, her voice laced with the ingrained fear of Severin's consequences. "They won't let us." Anya stepped closer to Ilaire, her hand outstretched, the feather, now glowing softly, clutched tightly in her other hand. "They don't control us, Ilaire," she said, her voice firm, the fear replaced by a newfound determination. "Not anymore. We have a choice." Ilaire hesitated, the ingrained obedience of Severin battling with the spark of rebel lion that Anya's words ignited within her. The feather pulsed again, a subtle encouragement, a silent promise of a world beyond the carefully constructed walls of their village. What are you suggesting, Anya?" Ilaire whispered, her voice barely audible above the hum of Severin's symphony. Anya smiled, a genuine smile that transformed her face, erasing the years of suppressed emotion, of forced conformity. "I'm suggesting we find out what's beyond Severin," she said, her voice filled with a newfound hope. "I'm suggesting we find out who we really are." The feather pulsed again, brighter this time, illuminating Anya's face with an ethereal glow. The air shimmered, the edges of reality blurring. The whispers that had always haunted her intensified, no longer a subtle hum but a cacophony of voices, a chorus of dissent rising against the enforced harmony of Severin. The feather was a call to adventure, a catalyst for change, a beacon leading them towards an unknown future. And Anya, with Ilaire hesitantly at her side, was ready to follow its lead, to step out of the shadows of Severin and into the light of a world yet to be discovered. Chapter 4. Ilaire. Anya stood in the center of her studio, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. The air around her buzzed with an unsettling energy, a tangible manifestation of the fear and confusion that swirled within her. Ilaire, her childhood friend, stood frozen across from her, her face a mask of apprehension. The familiar scent of lavender and chamomile, Ilaire's signature blend for her calming herbal sachets, did little to soothe Anya's frayed nerves. Ilaire's gaze darted around the studio, taking in the chaotic jumble of Anya's art. Canvases leaned precariously against the walls, their vibrant colors clashing, their bold, unapologetic brushstrokes a stark contrast to the muted tranquility of Severin. The air hung heavy with the scent of linseed oil and turpentine, a pungent aroma that clung to Anya's clothes and hair, a fragrant reminder of her defiance. "Anya," Ilaire began, her voice hesitant, her words carefully chosen, as if navigating a minefield of unspoken anxieties. "What happened? What did you see?" Anya hesitated, unsure how to explain the inexplicable. How could she convey the unsettling distortions, the fleeting glimpses of something lurking just beyond the edges of her perception, something that defied the carefully constructed reality of Severin? I don't know," she stammered, her voice barely a whisper. It was like a shadow, but twisted, wrong." She looked at Ilaire, her childhood friend, her confidant, hoping for understanding, for reassurance that she wasn't losing her mind. Ilaire's brow furrowed with concern. "A shadow? But it's daytime. There are no shadows in Severin." Her words were a stark reminder of the unnatural perfection of their world, a world where the light never changed, where shadows were banished, where even time seemed to flow differently. Anya knew it was futile to try to explain. Ilaire, with her practical nature and deep-seated belief in the sanctity of Severin's traditions, wouldn't understand. Ilaire, the skilled weaver, who meticulously crafted intricate tapestries depicting the idyllic scenes of their village life, saw the world in neat, ordered patterns. She wouldn't see the distortions, the glitches, the unraveling threads that Anya was beginning to perceive. It wasn't a normal shadow, Anya insisted, her voice growing stronger, fueled by a desperate need to be heard, to be believed. It was like something from a nightmare. Ilera shook her head, her lips forming a thin, disapproving line. You're tired, Anya. You've been working too hard. You need to rest. She reached out, her hand hovering hesitantly over Anya's arm, her touch tentative, as if afraid of what she might find. Anya recoiled instinctively, Ilera's touch jarring against her skin, a physical manifestation of the growing distance between them. No, Ilera, you don't understand. It's not just the shadows. It's everything. The colors, the sounds. Sometimes it feels like time itself is skipping, like a broken record. She gestured around her studio, at the canvases that seemed to pulsate with an unnatural vibrancy, at the paintbrushes that lay scattered across her work table as if frozen in mid-action. Look at this, she said, picking up a half-finished painting, a still life of a bowl of fruit. The apples. They were red a moment ago, now they are green. And then back to red again. She held the canvas up to Ilera, her eyes pleading for confirmation, for shared understanding. Ilera took a step back, her face pale, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief. Anya, stop it. You're scaring me. But it's true, Anya insisted, her voice rising with frustration. It's all true, don't you see, Severin? It's not what it seems. It's all an illusion. Ilera's lips trembled as she spoke, her voice barely a whisper. Don't say that, Anya. You mustn't say such things. It's blasphemy. Her eyes darted towards the door, as if expecting someone to enter, to overhear their conversation, to punish Anya for her heresy. Anya's heart sank. She had hoped, foolishly perhaps, that Ilera, her closest friend, would see it too, would acknowledge the cracks in their carefully constructed reality. But Ilera was a true child of Severin, raised on its traditions, indoctrinated in its beliefs. She couldn't see beyond the surface, beyond the carefully crafted illusion of peace and harmony. A heavy silence fell between them, punctuated only by the rhythmic click of Ilera's loom in the room next door, a steady, reassuring sound that represented the order and predictability of Severin, a sound that Anya found increasingly suffocating. Anya looked down at the feather clutched in her hand. It pulsed with a faint warmth, a subtle reminder of the strange power it held, of the unsettling truth it seemed to embody. She traced the delicate curves of its shaft with her thumb, feeling a strange energy thrumming beneath her fingers. This, she said, holding up the feather, this is what's causing it. This is what's making me see things, feel things, differently. Ilera stared at the feather, her eyes narrowed with suspicion. Where did you get that? She asked, her voice laced with a hint of accusation. I found it, Anya replied evasively. She couldn't tell Ilera the truth, couldn't explain how the feather had appeared in her studio, seemingly out of thin air. It's unnatural, Ilera said, her voice dropping to a whisper. You should get rid of it, Anya. It's not safe. Anya shook her head, her grip tightening on the feather. No, Ilera. I can't. I need to understand what it means, what it's showing me. She felt a strange pull towards the feather, a sense of purpose, a feeling that it held the key to unlocking the secrets of Severin, to understanding the truth behind a carefully crafted illusion. Anya, please, Ilera pleaded, her voice filled with a mixture of concern and fear. Don't do this to yourself. Don't throw away everything you have for a feather. It's not just a feather, Ilera, Anya insisted. It's a sign that there's more to this world than we've been led to believe. She looked into Ilera's eyes, searching for a glimmer of understanding, a flicker of shared rebel lion. But all she saw was fear, the ingrained fear of Severin's consequences, the fear that had kept them all trapped in this carefully constructed reality for so long. I can't follow you down this path, Anya, Ilera said, her voice trembling with emotion. I have too much to lose. She turned and walked towards the door, her footsteps echoing in the tense silence. At the doorway, she paused, her hand resting on the doorknob. Please, Anya, she whispered, her voice breaking. Be careful. And with that, she slipped out of the studio, leaving Anya alone with her unsettling truth, with the feather that pulsed with an otherworldly light, with the growing conviction that Severin was not what it seemed. As Anya stood there, the feather clutched tightly in her hand, she felt a strange sense of peace settle over her. The fear, the confusion, the desperation to be believed, all faded away, replaced by a newfound determination, a sense of purpose. Hilaire might not understand, might not be able to follow her down this path, but Anya knew she couldn't ignore the truth any longer. She had to break free from the carefully constructed reality of Severin, to discover what lay beyond its carefully crafted illusion. The feather pulsed in her hand, as if urging her onward. The air around her shimmered, the edges of reality blurring. The whispers intensified, no longer a subtle hum but a cacophony of voices, a chorus of dissent rising against the enforced harmony of Severin. The second act of Anya's awakening was underway, and there was no turning back. Anya took a deep breath, closing her eyes for a moment, savoring the scent of linseed oil and turpentine, the familiar smells of her studio, of her art, of her defiance. She opened her eyes, her gaze fixed on the feather in her hand, her mind racing with possibilities. She had to find a way to understand the feather's power, to control the reality glitches, to use them to her advantage. She had to find a way to escape Severin, to discover the truth behind its carefully constructed facade. She had to awaken. Chapter 5. The Oracle's Prophecy. Anya stood at the edge of the village, where the cobblestone streets gave way to a winding dirt path. The feather in her hand throbbed with an energy she didn't fully understand, a beacon guiding her towards the unknown. It was this strange, otherworldly object that had led her here, to the very outskirts of Severin, to seek out the reclusive figure known only as the Oracle. Anya had heard whispers of the Oracle all her life, stories passed down through generations, woven into the fabric of Severin's folklore. Some said she was a conduit for the ancient spirits, a seer who could glimpse into the hidden threads of fate. Others claimed she was a madwoman, a hermit dwelling in the shadows, muttering incoherent prophecies to the wind. Anya, however, felt a strange pull towards this enigmatic figure, an intuition that the Oracle held the answers she desperately sought. The path leading to the Oracle's dwelling was shrouded in a perpetual twilight, the ethereal glow of Severin fading as the foliage grew thicker, casting long, eerie shadows. The air, usually filled with the hum of the village's symphony, grew silent, replaced by the rustling of leaves and the distant cry of an unseen bird. Even the scent of freshly baked bread, a comforting aroma that permeated Severin, was absent here, replaced by the earthy smell of damp soil and decaying leaves. It was as if this small pocket of land existed outside of Severin's carefully constructed reality, a forgotten corner where the seams of their fabricated world began to unravel. As Anya walked deeper into the woods, the feeling of unease that had been simmering within her intensified, morphing into a chilling certainty that she was being watched. She glanced over her shoulder, but saw nothing but the dense undergrowth, the gnarled branches of ancient trees intertwining overhead, forming a natural canopy that blocked out the artificial light of Severin. Still, the sensation persisted, a prickling awareness that unseen eyes followed her every move, scrutinizing her from the shadows. The feather in her hand pulsed again, warmer this time, its energy radiating outwards, a beacon cutting through the growing darkness. Anya clutched it tighter, drawing strength from its otherworldly presence, a reminder that she wasn't alone in this unsettling journey. After what felt like an eternity, the path opened up into a small clearing. In the center stood a dilapidated cottage, its wooden walls weathered and warped, its thatched roof partially collapsed. The windows were dark, the only sign of life a faint wisp of smoke curling from a chimney made of crudely stacked stones. Anya hesitated at the edge of the clearing, a sudden wave of doubt washing over her. Was she truly ready to face the Oracle? To hear the truths that she might not be prepared for? The feather in her hand pulsed insistently, as if urging her forward, reminding her of the unsettling events that had led her to this point. Taking a deep breath, Anya stepped into the clearing. The moment she did, the air shimmered, the edges of reality blurring momentarily before snapping back into focus. The feather throbbed with an intense heat, its light illuminating the path before her, guiding her towards the cottage. Anya approached the cottage cautiously, her heart pounding in her chest. As she drew closer, she noticed a figure sitting on a rickety wooden stool outside the front door. The figure was draped in a heavy, hooded cloak, its face obscured by shadow. "Oracle?" Anya called out, her voice barely a whisper. The figure slowly turned its head, revealing a face etched with wrinkles, the eyes a startling shade of blue that seemed to pierce through Anya's very soul. The oracle's voice, when she spoke, was raspy and low, as if carried on the wind. "You have come seeking answers, child," the oracle said, her words echoing in the stillness of the clearing. Anya swallowed hard, her throat dry. I have questions," she stammered, her voice betraying her nervousness. The oracle chuckled, a dry, brittle sound that sent shivers down Anya's spine. "Questions are the seeds of knowledge, child," she said, her eyes twinkling with an ancient wisdom. "But knowledge is a dangerous thing, a burden that many are not prepared to bear. Are you sure you are ready for the truths that lie hidden beneath the surface?" Anya hesitated, her gaze dropping to the feather in her hand. Its warmth spread through her, a silent reassurance, a reminder of the unsettling reality glitches that had plagued her, of the growing conviction that Severin was not what it seemed. "Yes," Anya said, her voice firmer now, the fear replaced by a burning desire for the truth. "I need to know. I need to understand." The oracle nodded, her eyes boring into Anya's with an intensity that was both unsettling and strangely comforting. "Very well, child," she said. "Ask your questions, and let the whispers guide you." Anya took a deep breath, her mind racing with a torrent of questions, each one more urgent than the last. Where did the feather come from? What were the strange reality glitches she had been experiencing? Why did her art evoke such fear and unease in the villagers? And most importantly, what was the truth about Severin? "The feather," Anya began, holding up the luminous object, its otherworldly light casting a faint glow in the darkening clearing. "Where did it come from? What does it mean?" The oracle's gaze fell upon the feather, her eyes narrowing slightly. "The feather is a key, child," she said, her voice low and raspy. "A key to unlocking the truth that lies hidden behind the veil of your perception. It is a beacon, a guide, leading you towards your destiny." Anya frowned, her brow furrowing in confusion. "My destiny?" she echoed, her voice laced with uncertainty. "But what is my destiny? What am I supposed to do?" The oracle smiled, a cryptic, knowing smile that revealed little but hinted at much. "That, child, is for you to discover," she said, her voice a gentle whisper on the wind. "The path is not always clear, the answers not always readily apparent. But the feather will guide you, its energy will lead you to where you need to be, to the truths that you seek." Anya stared at the feather in her hand, its light pulsing with a steady rhythm, a silent promise of a journey beyond the confines of Severin. She felt a strange sense of purpose, a stirring deep within her soul, as if a long-dormant part of her was awakening. "The glitches," Anya continued, her voice hesitant, unsure how to articulate the unsettling experiences that had plagued her. "The distortions, the sounds, the smells, what are they? Am I going mad?" The oracle shook her head, her eyes filled with a strange mixture of sadness and understanding. "No, child, you are not mad," she said, her voice firm and reassuring. "What you are experiencing are glimpses behind the veil, cracks in the fabricated reality that has been constructed around you. They are whispers of the truth, trying to break through the illusion, to awaken you to your true potential." Anya's mind reeled, trying to grasp the implications of the oracle's words. Fabricated reality? Illusion? What did it all mean? "But why?" Anya asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Why would anyone create a fabricated reality? What is the purpose?" The oracle sighed, her gaze turning distant, as if looking back through the mists of time. "The reasons are complex, child," she said, her voice laden with a weariness that spoke of ancient secrets and long-forgotten battles. Control, power, the desire to shape reality according to one's will, these are the motivations that drive those who seek to manipulate the fabric of existence. But there are always those who resist, who fight against the chains of illusion, who seek to awaken others to the truth. Anya's heart pounded in her chest, a wild hope blossoming within her. Are you one of those who resist?" she asked, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and anticipation. The oracle met Anya's gaze, her eyes blazing with a fierce intensity. "I am but a guide, child," she said, her voice a low growl. "A conduit for the whispers, a keeper of the ancient wisdom. The fight is yours to wage, the choice is yours to make. Will you embrace the truth, no matter how unsettling it may be, or will you cling to the comforting lies of the fabricated reality?" Anya stared at the oracle, her mind swirling with a torrent of emotions: fear, confusion, anger, and a growing sense of purpose. The feather in her hand pulsed with an urgent energy, a beacon guiding her towards the unknown. She knew, in that moment, that her life in Severin was over. The whispers had awakened her, the feather had chosen her, and there was no turning back. "What about the beast?" Anya asked, her voice steady now, the fear replaced by a steely resolve. The oracle's pronouncements had confirmed her deepest suspicions. Severin was not a haven of peace, but a carefully constructed illusion, a gilded cage designed to suppress their true potential. But who was the beast, this trans-dimensional entity controlling their world? And what was their motive? The oracle's gaze darkened, her features hardening as she spoke. "The beast is a being of immense power, child," she said, her voice low and grave. "A manipulator of realities, a weaver of illusions, a master of deception. Their motives are shrouded in shadow, their true nature a mystery even to those who have glimpsed their power. But one thing is certain, the beast seeks to control, to bend the will of others to their own design. And they will stop at nothing to achieve their goals." Anya shivered, a cold dread creeping up her spine despite the warmth radiating from the feather in her hand. The beast sounded like a formidable foe, a being of unimaginable power and insidious intent. But fear wouldn't help her now. She needed knowledge, understanding, a weapon against the beast's manipulations. "What can I do?" Anya asked, her voice filled with a desperate urgency. "How can I fight against such power?" The oracle leaned forward, her eyes boring into Anya's with a newfound intensity. "You, child, are the key," she said, her voice a low whisper that seemed to vibrate with an ancient power. "The beast may control the fabric of this reality, but they cannot control you. You possess something they fear, something they cannot replicate, the spark of defiance, the will to resist, the power to create. Your art is your weapon, child. It is a disruption to their carefully constructed order, a challenge to their control, a beacon of truth in a world of illusions. Use it wisely, and you may yet break free from their grasp." Anya stared at the oracle, her mind struggling to grasp the weight of her pronouncements. She, a mere artist, a dissident in a world of conformity, was the key to defeating the beast. It seemed impossible, yet a flicker of hope ignited within her, fueled by the oracle's conviction and the strange, pulsating energy of the feather. "But how?" Anya asked, her voice trembling with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. "How can I use my art to fight the beast? Where do I even begin?" The oracle smiled, a knowing smile that held a hint of mischief and a depth of ancient wisdom. "The path will reveal itself, child," she said, her voice a gentle whisper. "Trust your instincts, follow the energy of the feather, and embrace the unknown. The answers you seek lie hidden within you, waiting to be discovered. And remember, child, you are not alone. There are others who resist, others who fight against the beast's control. Seek them out, learn from them, and together, you may yet shatter the illusions and reclaim your true reality." Anya nodded, her heart pounding with a newfound purpose. The oracle's words had given her hope, a roadmap for her journey, a weapon against the beast's manipulations. She knew the road ahead would be perilous, fraught with challenges and choices that would test her resolve and push her to her limits. But she was no longer the same Anya who had entered the clearing. She was awakened, empowered, and ready to fight for her freedom, for her truth, for the future of Severin. As Anya turned to leave, the oracle's voice stopped her, a final warning echoing in the stillness of the clearing. "Beware, child," the oracle said, her voice grave and low. "The beast's reach is long, their influence insidious. They will tempt you, deceive you, try to break your spirit. Do not let them. Hold fast to the truth, to the spark within you, and never, ever give up hope." Anya nodded, her grip tightening on the feather, its warmth spreading through her hand, a beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness. She turned and walked back towards the path, the oracle's words echoing in her mind, a constant reminder of the battle ahead. As Anya disappeared back into the woods, the feather pulsed brightly, its light illuminating the clearing, a symbol of defiance against the beast's control. The first steps of her journey had been taken, the oracle's prophecy had been spoken, and the fate of Severin hung in the balance. Anya's awakening had begun, and with it, the fight for the truth. Chapter 6. The Forbidden Zone. Anya stood at the precipice of the Forbidden Zone, the wind whipping her hair around her face, carrying the scent of something acrid and alien. The village of Severin, bathed in its perpetual twilight, lay behind her, a haven of muted pastels and carefully constructed reality. Before her stretched a desolate landscape, a canvas of twisted and surreal beauty that challenged her perceptions, echoing the unease that had been festering within her for as long as she could remember. This was the wasteland, the Forbidden Zone, a place spoken of only in hushed whispers, a place where reality itself seemed to fray at the edges. The oracle, her voice raspy and riddled with cryptic pronouncements, had directed her here, her words echoing in Anya's mind, the truth lies beyond the veil, child. Seek the heart of the dissonance, where the beast's whispers turn to screams. Anya gripped the numinous feather in her hand, its otherworldly glow a beacon in the encroaching darkness. It felt warm against her skin, a strange comfort in this desolate landscape. It was her guide, her compass, leading her towards a truth that Severin had tried so hard to conceal. The landscape stretched before her like a canvas of chaos, a landscape painted in hues she had never seen before. The sky, a swirling vortex of grays and greens, pulsed with an unnatural luminescence. Twisted, gnarled trees, their branches reaching towards the sky like skeletal fingers, dotted the landscape. The ground beneath her feet was a mosaic of cracked earth and strange, iridescent vegetation that shimmered with an unsettling beauty. A shiver ran down Anya's spine. This place was wrong, a dissonance against the carefully curated harmony of Severin. But within that dissonance, she felt a strange pull, an undeniable allure. This was where the truth lay hidden, where the secrets of Severin and the whispers that plagued her mind might finally be revealed. As she ventured deeper into the wasteland, the air grew thick and heavy, charged with an unseen energy. Strange creatures flitted at the periphery of her vision, their forms shifting and blurring, like phantoms born of nightmares. One moment they resembled insects, their bodies shimmering with an iridescent sheen. The next they were serpentine, their movements fluid and unsettling. The sounds they emitted, clicks and whistles and guttural growls, echoed in the strange, distorted acoustics of the wasteland. Anya's heart hammered in her chest. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at her, but a deeper instinct, a thirst for knowledge, a burning need to understand, drove her forward. The feather in her hand pulsed with a warm light, urging her onwards, deeper into the heart of the Forbidden Zone. The reality glitches intensified as she progressed. Colors bled and shifted, the landscape warping and twisting around her. The ground beneath her feet felt unstable, as if the very laws of physics were breaking down. For a moment, she felt a surge of panic, a desperate urge to turn back, to return to the familiar, if unsettling, reality of Severin. But the feather pulsed again, its light a steady beacon in the chaotic landscape, and she pushed onward, her resolve hardening with each unsettling step. As she journeyed deeper into the wasteland, Anya began to stumble upon remnants of past civilizations, crumbling stone structures overgrown with strange, luminous vegetation, rusted metal contraptions that seemed to defy logic and reason. These were the remnants of the beast's experiments, whispers of forgotten worlds and failed creations. Each discovery fueled her curiosity, her determination to unravel the secrets of this forbidden zone, to understand the nature of the beast that haunted the edges of her reality. The sun, a distorted orb of sickly yellow light, hung low in the sky, casting long, grotesque shadows across the desolate landscape. Anya stumbled upon a clearing, the ground littered with broken statues, their forms vaguely humanoid but twisted and contorted into unnatural positions. The statues were covered in a strange, pulsating growth, the same iridescent vegetation she had seen elsewhere in the wasteland. It seemed to writhe and coil around the statues, as if feeding on their essence. A wave of nausea washed over Anya, the stench of decay thick in the air. The feather in her hand throbbed with a sudden, intense heat, its light illuminating the clearing with an eerie glow. A voice, raspy and distorted, whispered in her mind, a voice that echoed the whispers she had heard in Severin, but amplified, distorted, filled with a raw, primal agony. He seeks to control, to shape, to bend reality to his will. Anya stumbled back, her breath catching in her throat. Was this the voice of the beast? Was it reaching out to her, trying to communicate? Or was she losing her grip on reality, succumbing to the madness that permeated this desolate landscape? She clutched the feather tighter, its warmth spreading through her hand, a lifeline in the encroaching darkness. The voice faded, leaving behind a ringing silence, broken only by the wind whistling through the twisted trees. Anya took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm, to focus on her mission. She had come here to find answers, to understand the truth about Severin and the beast that haunted its edges. She would not let fear or doubt deter her. With renewed determination, Anya continued her journey into the heart of the Forbidden Zone, the feather her guide, the whispers her soundtrack. The landscape shifted and morphed around her, a canvas of surreal beauty and unsettling horror. The reality glitches intensified, mirroring her growing emotional turmoil and the unpredictable nature of the wasteland. But Anya pressed on, her resolve hardening with each step, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and anticipation. She was on the verge of a discovery. She could feel it. The truth lay hidden somewhere within this desolate landscape, waiting to be unearthed. And Anya, guided by the feather and the whispers that echoed in her mind, was determined to find it. Chapter 7. The Forest. The forest floor crunched beneath her boots, a jarring sensation, so different from the smooth cobblestones of Severin. Twisted branches clawed at the sky above, their gnarled forms casting long, distorted shadows that danced and writhed as she passed. The air, thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, hummed with a raw energy that made her skin tingle. Reality itself seemed to warp and twist around her, the familiar laws of physics bending and breaking as she journeyed deeper into this forbidden realm. Colors bled and swirled, the vibrant hues of wildflowers and the deep greens of moss assaulting her senses after the muted palette of Severin. Sounds, once muffled and subdued, now assaulted her ears, the chirping of unseen birds, the rustling of leaves in the wind, the creaking of ancient trees swaying in a silent symphony of their own. A wave of nausea washed over her, a physical manifestation of the unease that gnawed at her soul. Severin, the world she had known since childhood, was crumbling, its carefully constructed facade dissolving to reveal a chaotic and unsettling truth. The feather in her hand pulsed, its warmth a constant reminder of the journey she had undertaken, the awakening that had irrevocably shattered her perception of reality. As she pushed deeper into the forest, the reality glitches intensified. The trees twisted into impossible shapes, their branches contorting like writhing serpents. Shadows seemed to detach themselves from their sources, slithering and coiling like living things. The air crackled with an unsettling energy, a palpable tension that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. And then, she saw it. A hulking shadow emerged from the thicket, its form solidifying into a creature that made her blood run cold. It was a wolf, but not like any she had ever seen in the carefully curated wildlife of Severin. This wolf was massive, its coat a deep, inky black that seemed to absorb the light around it. Its eyes, glowing with an unnatural red fire, bored into her soul, filled with a primal hunger that made her heart pound against her ribs. The wolf lunged, its teeth bared in a snarl that seemed to shake the very ground beneath her feet. The air filled with the stench of sulfur, acrid and suffocating. A primal fear, a desperate need to survive, surged through her, overriding the shock and disbelief that had frozen her in place. She screamed, a raw, guttural sound that echoed through the trees. Her body, seemingly acting on its own accord, kicked out, connecting with the beast's chest. The impact sent a jolt of pain through her leg, but it also startled the wolf, momentarily breaking its attack. Anya scrambled back, her mind racing, desperately searching for a weapon, a way to defend herself against this monstrous creature. Her hand closed around a rock, rough and jagged, and she hurled it at the wolf with all her might. The rock struck the beast's shoulder with a sickening thud, but the wolf seemed unfazed. It shook its head, the red fire in its eyes burning brighter, and lowered its head, preparing to charge again. "Get away from me!" Anya screamed, her voice hoarse with terror. She picked up another rock, her hands trembling as she hefted it, ready to throw. But the wolf hesitated, its head cocked to the side, as if listening to something beyond Anya's perception. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, it vanished, melting back into the shadows, leaving behind only a faint trace of sulfur in the air. Anya stood there, her chest heaving, her heart pounding against her ribs like a trapped bird. The adrenaline that had fueled her fight ebbed away, leaving behind a trembling weakness in her limbs. Her breath came in ragged gasps, and she leaned against a nearby tree, her hand pressed against her racing heart. What had just happened? Had she imagined the wolf? Was it another glitch in this increasingly fractured reality? Or was it something more sinister, a manifestation of the beast's control, a test of her resolve? The sources she had studied hinted at the possibility of such entities, guardians of the simulated realities, projections of the beast's will. But one thing was certain, the encounter had left her shaken to her core, a sense of reality even more fractured than before. The forest, once a symbol of the unknown, now felt like a hunting ground, a place where even her deepest fears could take on a terrifyingly tangible form. Anya, her gaze darting nervously among the shadows, knew she couldn't stay here, not in this place where reality itself seemed to be unraveling. She needed to find answers, to understand the nature of this forest, of the beast's control, of her own awakening. With renewed determination, she pushed herself away from the tree and continued her journey deeper into the heart of the forbidden zone. The feather in her hand pulsed, its warmth a beacon in the encroaching darkness, guiding her towards a truth that was both terrifying and exhilarating, a truth that promised to change everything. Chapter 8. The Grove. The air grew quiet, the discordant symphony of the forbidden zone fading to a hushed murmur as Anya approached a clearing bathed in a soft, pearl scent light. The iridescent feather, clutched tightly in her hand, pulsed with a warmth that spread through her, a reassuring beacon in the unsettling landscape. It led her to a place of tranquility, a sanctuary veiled in a shimmering mist that seemed to breathe with an ancient, unseen energy. A sense of peace, a stillness she had never experienced in the carefully curated world of Severin, washed over her as she stepped into the grove. The gnarled, twisted trees that had loomed over her path now stood tall and straight, their branches adorned with leaves that shimmered with an inner light, casting intricate patterns on the mossy ground. Flowers of impossible hues bloomed in profusion, their petals unfurling in slow, graceful movements, as if dancing to a melody only they could hear. The air was alive with the soft chirping of unseen birds, the gentle rustling of leaves, and the distant murmur of a waterfall. In the center stood a massive tree, its trunk as thick as a fortress wall, its branches reaching towards the sky like skeletal fingers, its leaves shimmering with 1,000 iridescent hues. And beneath the tree, nestled among the tangled roots, lay a pool of water, its surface perfectly still, reflecting the distorted image of the chaotic sky above. "What is this place?" Elea asked, her voice hushed with awe. It's beautiful." Anya felt a strange pull towards the tree, a sense of peace, of understanding, that resonated with the warmth emanating from the feather in her hand. She stepped forward, her bare feet sinking into the soft earth, and as she approached the pool of water, she saw a figure reflected in its depths, a figure that was both familiar and strange, a figure that seemed to embody the very essence of the chaotic energy that pulsed through this dimension. In the heart of the grove, beneath a canopy of luminous leaves, stood a figure that made Anya's breath catch in her throat. It was a woman, tall and slender, her form wreathed in a soft, ethereal light that seemed to emanate from within her very being. Her features were ageless, her eyes deep pools of wisdom and compassion that seemed to hold the secrets of the universe. She wore a simple robe of flowing white, its fabric rippling and shifting as if woven from moonlight and mist. "You have come, Anya," the woman said, her voice a melody that resonated deep within Anya's soul. It was a voice that held no judgment, only understanding, a voice that seemed to speak to the very essence of her being. Anya hesitated, unsure how to respond, her mind swirling with a torrent of questions, emotions, and the unsettling realization that the world she had always known was a lie. How do you know my name?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The woman smiled, a gentle, knowing smile that reached her eyes, crinkling the corners in a way that made Anya think of a beloved grandmother, a source of comfort and wisdom from a life she could barely remember. "I know many things, Anya," she replied, her voice soft but clear, a rippling stream of sound that seemed to wash over Anya, calming the turmoil within her. "I know of your journey, your struggles, your awakening." Anya stepped closer, drawn by the woman's presence, her gaze fixed on the woman's serene face, searching for answers, for a truth that resonated with the growing chaos within her. The feather in her hand pulsed with a renewed warmth, its light illuminating the space between them, as if bridging the gap between their realities. "The feather," Anya whispered, holding it up, its iridescent surface shimmering in the ethereal light of the grove. It led me here." The woman nodded, her eyes, deep pools of ancient wisdom, fixed on the feather. "The feather is a key, Anya," she said, her voice a soft murmur that seemed to carry the weight of ages. "A key to unlocking the truth, to awakening the potential within you. It is a gift from a reality beyond your own, a reminder that you are not alone in this journey." Anya's mind reeled. A gift? From another reality? Her world, the carefully constructed reality of Severin, was crumbling around her, replaced by a truth that was both terrifying and exhilarating. Anya looked down at the feather in her hand, its light pulsing with a renewed intensity. Her art, a weapon, a key. The thought was both terrifying and exhilarating. Could her art, her passion, her ability to translate the chaos within her onto a canvas, be the key to their liberation? "You are not alone, Anya," the woman said, her voice a soothing balm on Anya's anxieties. "There are others who see the truth, others who feel the dissonance, others who yearn for freedom. You are a beacon, Anya, a spark that will ignite the fire of rebel lion. Your courage will inspire others to rise up, to break the chains of illusion, to reclaim their rightful inheritance." "But what about the beast?" Anya asked, her voice still laced with a tremor of fear. "He will fight, Anya," the woman said, her gaze hardening, a final warning echoing in the stillness of the clearing. "Beware, child," she said, her voice grave and low. "The beast's reach is long, his influence insidious. He will tempt you, deceive you, try to break your spirit. Do not let him. Hold fast to the truth, to the spark within you, and never, ever give up hope. He will use all his power to maintain his control, to keep you and the others trapped in his fabricated reality. But fear not, Anya. You are stronger than you realize. You have the power of truth on your side. And truth, my dear, is a force that even the beast cannot contain." "But I'm just one person," Anya whispered, her voice choked with emotion. "How can I possibly fight against a being of such power?" The woman smiled, her eyes twinkling with a newfound light. "The answer, Anya, lies within you," she said, her gaze meeting Anya's, her words carrying a weight of conviction that made Anya's heart soar. "It lies in your art, in your ability to see beyond the illusion, to capture the essence of truth and translate it onto a canvas. Your art is a weapon, Anya. It is a key to unlocking the minds, the hearts, the very souls of your people." A wave of warmth surged through Anya, a sense of connection, of belonging, that she had never felt before. She looked at the woman, her eyes filled with gratitude and a newfound determination. She would fight. Anya nodded, her grip tightening on the feather, her resolve hardening. The woman's words had given her a newfound sense of purpose, a mission that transcended her own fears, her own desires. She had to awaken the others. She had to break the beast's hold over Severin. She had to fight for their freedom, for their right to choose, for their right to live authentically. The woman smiled, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief. "The beast may try to control the fabric of your reality, Anya, but he cannot control your destiny," she said, raising her hand, her fingers tracing a shimmering arc in the air. A portal, a swirling vortex of light and energy, opened before Anya, its depths beckoning with a strange allure. Anya's gaze swept over the ethereal beauty of the grove, a place she never wanted to leave, yet a place she knew she could not stay. "Step through, Anya," the woman said, her voice a soft whisper on the wind. "And remember, you are not alone. The truth is with you, always." Anya hesitated for a moment, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. She looked back at the woman, her eyes filled with gratitude and a newfound determination. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. And then, taking a deep breath, she stepped through the portal, leaving behind the serenity of the secret grove, the wisdom of the goddess, and stepping back into the fragmented and chaotic reality of Severin. Chapter 9. Elias's Choice. Anya emerged from the shimmering portal, her heart pounding a wild tattoo against her ribs. The forbidden zone, a swirling vortex of vibrant chaos, closed behind her with a soft snap, leaving her standing on the familiar cobblestone street of Severin. The muted pastels of the village, once comforting, now felt suffocating, a stark contrast to the raw, unfiltered energy she had just experienced. Her encounter had left her shaken to her core. The village, a carefully constructed experiment designed to suppress individuality and enforce conformity. The very air they breathed, the food they ate, the thoughts they thought, all meticulously manipulated to maintain a state of perpetual tranquility. Anya shuddered, the weight of this revelation settling upon her like a shroud. Her own life, her carefully curated memories, her very identity, a fabrication, a lie designed to serve the beast's twisted curiosity. She stumbled towards Elias's cottage, her legs trembling beneath her. Elias, her childhood sweetheart, the one constant in her life, the one person she believed she could trust. He had to know. He had to understand. The familiar scent of wood smoke and freshly baked bread wafted from the open doorway, a sensory anchor in a world that was rapidly unraveling. Elias, his strong frame silhouetted against the warm glow of the hearth, looked up as she entered, a smile spreading across his face. "Anya, where have you been?" I was starting to worry. His voice, usually so reassuring, now grated on her nerves, a jarring reminder of the normalcy she could no longer embrace. She rushed into his arms, burying her face in his chest, inhaling the familiar scent of his soap and the comforting musk of his work-worn clothes. "Elias," she whispered, her voice choked with emotion, "I need to tell you something. Something important." He pulled back, his brow furrowed in concern. "What is it, Anya? You look troubled." She stepped back, her gaze searching his face, looking for a flicker of understanding, a hint of the rebel lion she knew lurked beneath his placid exterior. "I've been to the Forbidden Zone," she said, the words tumbling out of her mouth, a torrent she could no longer contain. His eyes widened, a flash of fear momentarily erasing his usual composure. "The Forbidden Zone? But that's impossible. No one goes there. It's dangerous." His words, echoing the ingrained fear of Severin, ignited a spark of anger within her. "Dangerous?" she echoed, her voice rising with each word. "It's not dangerous, Elias. It's real. It's the only thing that's real in this fabricated world." He shook his head, his expression hardening, the familiar mask of Severin's conformity settling back into place. "Anya, what are you talking about? You're not making any sense." Frustration welled up inside her, choking her words. She gestured wildly around the room, her voice cracking with emotion. "Look around you, Elias. Don't you see it? The muted colors, the perpetual twilight, the lack of feeling. It's all a lie. We're all living in a lie." He stepped back, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and confusion. "Anya, stop it. You're scaring me. I need you to believe me, Elias," she pleaded, her voice cracking with desperation. "I met the entity responsible for Severin. It told me everything. This village, it's an experiment. We're all just subjects in its twisted game." He laughed, a hollow, mirthless sound. "An experiment? Anya, you're letting your imagination run wild. You've been working too hard. You need to rest." His dismissal, his unwavering faith in the carefully constructed reality of Severin, shattered her last hope. The chasm between them, once a bridge of shared dreams and unspoken desires, now stretched into an unbridgeable abyss. "You're choosing to be blind, Elias," she said, her voice cold and flat, devoid of the emotion that had once bound them together. "You're choosing to live in a lie, to sacrifice your freedom for what? For comfort? For security?" He looked away, his jaw clenched, his silence speaking volumes. He was indeed choosing conformity, choosing the familiar comfort of Severin's carefully constructed reality over the unsettling truth she offered. The feather, nestled deep within her pocket, pulsed with a faint warmth, a reminder of the power that lay dormant within her, a power that could shatter the illusions of Severin, a power that Elias, in his fear-driven conformity, would never understand. She turned to leave, her heart heavy with a mixture of disappointment and a growing sense of resolve. "Where are you going?" Elias asked, his voice tinged with a hint of panic. "Away from here," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "Away from Severin. Away from you." She stepped out into the twilight, leaving Elias standing in the warm glow of his hearth, a prisoner of his own fear, a symbol of Severin's insidious power. As she walked away, the feather pulsed again, its warmth spreading through her body, filling her with a strange sense of purpose. The whispers, once a distant murmur, grew louder, a chorus of voices urging her forward, guiding her towards the unknown, towards a truth that lay beyond the carefully constructed walls of Severin. Anya was awakening, and the world would never be the same. Chapter 10. Time. The air in Anya's cottage felt thick with a strange energy, a palpable hum that vibrated through her very bones. It had been days since the elders had confined her to her home, deeming her art and her visions a threat to the tranquility of Severin. But confinement had only served to intensify her connection to the otherworldly presence she felt lurking at the edges of their reality. The feather, a constant companion, pulsed with a warmth that bordered on heat, its luminescent surface shimmering with an otherworldly light. The intricate patterns on its shaft, once a mesmerizing dance of light and shadow, were now taking on a distinct form, a language she instinctively knew she was meant to understand. The whispers that had once been a subtle undercurrent to Severin's symphony of peace were now a constant cacophony, swirling around her, weaving through her thoughts, pulling her deeper into the unraveling fabric of their reality. She felt like a vessel, a conduit, her mind stretching, expanding to accommodate the influx of information, of sensations, of emotions that were not her own, but which were somehow flowing through her. It was overwhelming, terrifying, and exhilarating all at once. She saw flashes of images, disjointed and chaotic, like a kaleidoscope shattered and reformed in a constant, dizzying dance. She saw Severin as it was, a pristine, picturesque village bathed in an eternal twilight. But she also saw glimpses of Severin's past, a darker, more sinister history hidden beneath the veneer of tranquility. And, most unsettling of all, she saw flashes of what could be Severin's future, a future where the village was consumed by darkness, where the villagers were mere puppets, their faces twisted in silent screams. The feather pulsed in her hand, its warmth spreading up her arm, encircling her heart, a strange sensation that was both comforting and unnerving. She felt the presence of the trans-dimensional beings, felt their alien consciousness brush against hers, their thoughts a symphony of colors and emotions she couldn't comprehend but which resonated deep within her soul. They were trying to communicate, she realized. They were trying to show her something, to warn her of something. But their language was not one of words or images, but of emotions, of sensations, of a perception of time that was fluid and non-linear, where past, present, and future intertwined in a dizzying, beautiful, and terrifying dance. Anya's mind rebelled, struggled to grasp the enormity of what she was experiencing. Her world, the world she had always known, was being shattered, rebuilt, and she was caught in the maelstrom, a tiny piece of flotsam tossed on an ocean of infinite possibilities. She closed her eyes, surrendering to the flow, letting the visions wash over her, the emotions course through her. She felt her own sense of self dissolving, her individuality blurring at the edges as she became a conduit, a bridge between the world she knew and the world that was being revealed to her. And then, she heard it. A voice, clear and distinct, cutting through the cacophony of whispers, resonating with an authority that made her heart pound in her chest. Anya, the voice boomed, echoing within her mind, a sound that was both alien and strangely familiar. "We need your help." Her eyes flew open, her breath catching in her throat. She was alone in her cottage, the only sound the gentle hum of Severin's symphony. But she knew, with a certainty that defied logic, that she was no longer alone. The trans-dimensional beings were here, and they were reaching out to her. The village elders, their faces etched with concern and something Anya couldn't quite decipher, stood outside her cottage door. Their robes, normally pristine and flowing, were slightly askew, as if they had been hastily donned. Their movements were stiff, their expressions carefully controlled, but beneath the surface, Anya sensed a ripple of unease, a discordant note in their otherwise harmonious demeanor. She stood before them, her back straight, her chin held high, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. The warmth emanating from it pulsed against her skin, a steady beat that mirrored the newfound strength she felt coursing through her veins. "Anya," Elder Silas, his voice deep and resonant, began, his gaze fixed on her with an intensity that made her skin prickle. "We have received reports of unusual activity emanating from your cottage." Anya met his gaze, her expression carefully neutral, her mind racing, trying to gauge the extent of their knowledge, their suspicion. "Unusual activity?" she echoed, her voice cool and even. "I've been confined here, as you instructed, Elder Silas. What sort of activity could I possibly be engaging in?" A flicker of annoyance crossed Elder Silas's face, but he quickly smoothed it over, his expression returning to its usual mask of benevolent concern. "The villagers have reported disturbances, strange lights, unusual sounds, and rumors of visions." He paused, his gaze sharpening. "Visions, Anya, that are causing fear and unrest." Anya's grip tightened on the feather. They knew. Somehow, they knew about the trans-dimensional beings, about the visions they were sending her. But how, and to what extent did their knowledge extend? "Visions?" she repeated, feigning confusion. "I'm an artist, Elder Silas, not an oracle. I paint what I see, what I feel. If my art disturbs the villagers, then perhaps they should simply avert their gaze." A murmur rippled through the gathered elders, their expressions shifting between concern and disapproval. Anya could feel their minds, closed, guarded, clinging to the carefully constructed reality of Severin, resisting anything that threatened to disrupt their carefully curated tranquility. Elder Silas stepped closer, his gaze boring into hers, his voice low and menacing. "Anya, we have tolerated your eccentricities for far too long. Your art, your visions, are a threat to the harmony of Severin. You are a danger to yourself and to the village." "A danger?" Anya scoffed, her fear giving way to anger. "The real danger, Elder Silas, is the blind obedience, the unquestioning acceptance of a reality that is nothing more than a carefully constructed illusion. You fear what you don't understand, what you can't control." The feather pulsed against her hand, its warmth spreading through her body, fueling her anger, her defiance. The whispers intensified, swirling around her, a chorus of dissent rising against the enforced harmony of Severin. The elders, their faces hardening, exchanged uneasy glances. Anya could feel their resolve solidifying, their fear of the unknown outweighing any sense of compassion or reason. Elder Silas raised his hand, silencing the whispers. "Anya," he said, his voice cold and authoritative, "you have been warned. Your defiance will no longer be tolerated. For the safety of Severin, you will be contained." Two of the elders stepped forward, their faces grim, their movements precise and practiced. Anya stood her ground, her back straight, her chin held high, the feather pulsing in her hand. She knew, with a certainty that transcended fear, that this was not the end, but the beginning. The trans-dimensional beings were with her, their presence a tangible force, their purpose entwined with hers. The battle for Severin, for the truth, for the very fabric of reality, had begun. Anya was confined to a small, windowless room deep within the village hall, a space devoid of color, of light, of life. The walls were cold and damp, the air thick with the scent of mildew and decay. A single oil lamp flickered in a corner, casting grotesque shadows that danced across the stone walls. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the drip, drip, drip of water seeping through the cracks in the ceiling. It was a prison designed to break her spirit, to crush her will, to silence the whispers that had become her constant companions. But Anya refused to be broken. She sat on the rough straw pallet, her back straight, her chin held high, the feather cradled in her lap. The warmth emanating from it was a beacon in the darkness, a lifeline to the world beyond the walls, to the trans-dimensional beings who were waiting, watching, guiding her. She closed her eyes, focusing inward, letting the whispers wash over her, the visions fill her mind. The trans-dimensional beings were communicating with her, their language a symphony of emotions, of sensations, of a perception of time that was fluid and non-linear. She saw flashes of Severin's past, of the village elders making a pact with the beast, a creature of immense power and cold, calculating intelligence, who promised them peace and prosperity in exchange for their obedience, their silence, their souls. She saw flashes of the present, of the beast lurking in the shadows, its presence a subtle corruption, a poisonous influence that had warped the villagers' perceptions of reality, turning them into docile, unquestioning followers. And she saw flashes of the future, of Severin consumed by darkness, the villagers enslaved, their individuality extinguished, their lives mere echoes of the beast's will. The feather pulsed in her lap, its warmth intensifying, the intricate patterns on its shaft shifting, morphing into a clearer image of the beast. It was a creature of pure energy, of shifting forms and shadows, its presence felt rather than seen. But its eyes, cold and calculating, burned into her soul, a gaze that held both amusement and contempt. Anya shuddered, a wave of revulsion washing over her. This was the creature that held Severin captive, that had warped the villagers' minds, that had stolen their freedom, their will, their very souls. And she was the only one who could stop it. Intriguing, the beast's voice echoed through Anya's mind, a sound that was both smooth and grating, like silk dragged across sandpaper. You resist so vehemently, such passion, such fire, in a creature so insignificant. Anya opened her eyes, her gaze sweeping the empty room, searching for the source of the voice. She knew, with a certainty that defied logic, that the beast was not physically present, but its presence, its consciousness, filled the space, a suffocating weight that pressed down on her. "Who are you?" Anya demanded, her voice echoing off the cold stone walls. "What do you want?" The beast chuckled, a low, guttural sound that sent shivers down her spine. Such curiosity, a refreshing change from the bovine obedience I've grown accustomed to. It paused, its voice shifting, becoming almost conversational. "I am many things, little one. A force of nature, an agent of change, a catalyst for evolution. You may call me the architect, as your ancestors so eloquently dubbed me." Anya's mind rebelled against the casual arrogance, the cold detachment in the beast's voice. "You've enslaved them, poisoned their minds, stolen their freedom, and you call yourself an agent of evolution?" The beast sighed, a sound that was almost weary. "Evolution is a messy process, little one. It requires sacrifice, and those who are unwilling to adapt, well, they become obsolete." A wave of anger washed over Anya, fueled by the visions she had seen, the knowledge of the beast's manipulation, its callous disregard for the villagers' lives, their souls. "You're nothing but a parasite, a predator, feeding on their fear, their obedience. You've given them nothing but a gilded cage, a prison disguised as paradise." The beast's voice sharpened, a hint of annoyance creeping into its smooth tones. "Control is not inherently a bad thing, little one. It brings order, stability, peace. Your villagers were chaotic, destructive. They were on the brink of self-annihilation. I offered them salvation, a path to a higher existence, and they embraced it." Anya scoffed, her anger burning bright. "They embraced it because you took away their choice. You manipulated them, warped their minds, made them believe they needed you. But you're wrong. They are stronger than you think. They have a spark within them, a fire that you can't extinguish." The beast chuckled again, a sound that was devoid of humor, filled with a chilling arrogance. "A spark? A fire? How quaint. You overestimate their potential, little one. They are sheep, content to graze in my pasture, oblivious to the true nature of their existence. They will never rise against me. They are too comfortable, too afraid." Anya stood, her back straight, her chin held high, the feather pulsing in her hand. "You underestimate me, beast, and you underestimate them." She closed her eyes, focusing inward, reaching out with her mind, connecting to the trans-dimensional beings, feeling their presence around her, their energy flowing through her. "I will expose you," she whispered, her voice filled with a newfound conviction. "I will show the villagers the truth, and I will break your hold over them." The beast laughed, a sound that echoed through the room, a chilling wave of power that made the walls tremble. "You're delusional, little one. You're a broken toy, a discarded plaything. You have no power. You are nothing." But Anya was no longer afraid. The fear had been replaced by a burning rage, a fierce determination to fight for Severin, for the villagers, for the very essence of free will. The feather pulsed in her hand, its warmth spreading through her body, a tangible manifestation of the power that flowed through her, the power of the trans-dimensional beings, the power of truth, the power of hope. "You're wrong," Anya said, her voice ringing with power. "I am Anya, and I will awaken them." The elders had gathered in the village square, their faces drawn and anxious. The air buzzed with a palpable tension, a sense of unease that had settled over Severin like a shroud. The usual symphony of peace was absent, replaced by a dissonant hum, a low, throbbing vibration that seemed to emanate from the very earth beneath their feet. The villagers huddled together, their eyes wide with fear, their whispers hushed and frantic. The rumors of Anya's visions had spread like wildfire. Her art, once dismissed as the ravings of a madwoman, now viewed with a mixture of awe and terror. Elder Silas stood on the raised platform, his robes billowing in the non-existent breeze, his face pale and drawn. He had called this meeting to quell the unrest, to reassure the villagers that all was well, that their world was safe, that their faith in him, in the beast, was unwavering. But as he looked out at the sea of anxious faces, he felt a flicker of doubt, a cold tremor of fear that he couldn't suppress. Anya's words, her defiance, her unwavering belief in something he couldn't comprehend, had planted a seed of doubt in his mind, a seed that was now taking root, threatening to crack the foundation of his carefully constructed reality. He cleared his throat, his voice echoing through the silent square. "My friends, my brothers and sisters," he began, his voice striving for its usual calm authority, but faltering slightly. "I understand that there has been unrest, fear, stemming from the unfortunate actions of one of our own." A murmur rippled through the crowd, their eyes turning towards the village hall, where Anya was being held. Elder Silas raised his hand, silencing the whispers. "Anya has strayed from the path," he continued, his voice carefully measured. "She has allowed her mind to be clouded by outside influences." He paused, his gaze sweeping the crowd, searching for reassurance, for a sign that his words were having the desired effect. But what he saw in their eyes was not faith, not obedience, but fear, confusion, doubt. The seed of unrest that Anya had planted was growing, spreading its tendrils through the village, threatening to upend the delicate balance of their existence. "But fear not," Elder Silas continued, his voice rising, striving to regain control. "We, the elders, are here to protect you. We will guide Anya back to the path. We will restore harmony to Severin." His words were hollow, even to his own ears. He no longer believed the lies he was spouting. The visions Anya had shown him, the glimpses of the beast's true nature, the knowledge of his own complicity, had shattered the illusion he had clung to for so long. He was a puppet, a pawn in the beast's game, and he had led his people into a gilded cage. And as he looked out at the sea of anxious faces, he knew, with a sinking dread, that he was powerless to stop what was coming. Anya stood in the center of the village square, bathed in an ethereal light that seemed to emanate from her very being. The villagers parted before her, their eyes wide with a mixture of awe and terror. The feather in her hand pulsed with a blinding light, its warmth radiating outward, washing over the crowd, breaking through the fog of fear and complacency that had clouded their minds. She had escaped from her confinement, guided by the trans-dimensional beings, empowered by their energy, their knowledge, their unwavering belief in her, in the potential that lay dormant within the villagers. She was no longer a prisoner, but a conduit, a beacon, a catalyst for the awakening that was about to sweep through Severin. She looked out at the sea of faces, their features etched with years of suppressed emotions, of enforced conformity, of blind obedience. And she saw, beneath the fear, the confusion, a flicker of hope, a spark of recognition, a longing for something more than the carefully constructed reality they had been led to believe was all they deserved. "My friends, my brothers and sisters," she began, her voice clear and strong, resonating with the power of the trans-dimensional beings, cutting through the hum of Severin's symphony, reaching into the very depths of their souls. "We have been lied to. We have been manipulated. We have been kept in darkness, our minds clouded, our spirits shackled." A murmur rippled through the crowd, their fear giving way to curiosity, to a dawning realization that something was amiss, that the world they had always known was not as it seemed. Anya raised her hand, the feather pulsing with a blinding light, projecting images into the air above them, visions of Severin's past, of the elders making their pact with the beast, of the villagers slowly losing their individuality, their creativity, their very souls. The villagers gasped, their eyes widening in horror as they saw the truth of their existence, the insidious manipulation that had shaped their lives, their thoughts, their very perceptions of reality. "The elders have betrayed us," Anya continued, her voice ringing with righteous anger. "They have made a bargain with a creature of darkness, a creature that feeds on our fear, our obedience, a creature that has kept us imprisoned in this gilded cage, this illusion of paradise." The elders, their faces ashen, tried to protest, to deny, to regain control. But their words were drowned out by the roar of the crowd, their fear giving way to rage, their blind obedience shattered by the revelation of the truth. The beast, sensing the shift in power, the unraveling of its control, lashed out. The ground trembled, the air crackled with energy, the very fabric of their reality contorted and twisted. The whispers intensified, morphing into screams of pain and fury as the beast fought to maintain its grip on Severin, on the villagers' minds, on their souls. But Anya stood firm, her body a conduit for the power of the trans-dimensional beings, their energy flowing through her, shielding her, amplifying her voice, her will, her determination to break the beast's hold. "Don't listen to its lies," she shouted, her voice echoing above the chaos. "Don't give in to its fear. We are stronger than it thinks. We have the power within us to break free, to reclaim our freedom, to forge our own destiny." The feather in her hand pulsed with a blinding light, its warmth spreading outward, enveloping the village, driving back the darkness, illuminating the truth, awakening the dormant power within each and every one of them. The villagers, their eyes shining with newfound determination, their bodies infused with the energy of the trans-dimensional beings, raised their voices in a chorus of defiance, their combined will a force that shook the very foundations of Severin, of the beast's control. The ground trembled, the air crackled, the sky itself seemed to tear open as the beast, its power waning, its control slipping, roared in fury and frustration. And then, with a final, earth-shattering tremor, the beast's presence vanished, its grip on Severin broken, its control shattered by the combined will of the awakened villagers. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by the gasps and sobs of the villagers as they came to terms with the truth, with the enormity of what they had accomplished. Anya stood amidst the chaos, the feather in her hand glowing softly, a beacon of hope, a symbol of their newfound freedom. The battle was over, for now, but the awakening had just begun. Severin was free, and Anya, the conduit, the catalyst, the artist who had dared to see beyond the illusion, had shown them the path to a world beyond their wildest dreams. Chapter 11. The Unraveling. The feather, once a beacon of hope and a symbol of the truth hidden beneath Severin's placid facade, now felt like a burning coal in Anya's hand. It pulsed with an erratic rhythm, mirroring the chaos unfolding around her. The ethereal hum that had always permeated the village, a subtle symphony orchestrating their lives, had morphed into a cacophony of discordant notes, a jarring soundtrack to their collective unraveling. The carefully constructed reality of Severin was crumbling, the glitches becoming more frequent, more unsettling, more undeniable. Faces, once placid and serene, now contorted in fear and confusion. The muted colors of the buildings seemed to bleed and swirl, the lines blurring, the solidity of their world dissolving. The air, once filled with the comforting scent of freshly baked bread, now reeked of burning plastic and ozone, a jarring assault on the senses. Anya stood in the village square, her heart pounding against her ribs, a drumbeat of defiance echoing the growing turmoil within her. She held the feather aloft, its otherworldly light cutting through the deepening shadows, a beacon in the gathering storm. Around her, villagers stumbled and swayed, their eyes wide with terror, their voices rising in a chorus of panicked whispers. "What's happening?" a woman cried, her voice laced with fear. "The world is ending," a man shouted, his face contorted in terror. "Silence," boomed a voice from the center of the square. It was Elder Silas, his normally benevolent face now etched with anger and fear. He stood on the steps of the village hall, his tall, imposing figure radiating an air of authority that was rapidly waning. "Do not give in to this madness," he commanded, his voice trembling slightly. Anya met his gaze, her own filled with a mixture of pity and defiance. She saw the fear in his eyes, the desperation to maintain control, to preserve the illusion that had defined their lives. "The madness, Elder," she said, her voice clear and strong, cutting through the panicked murmurs of the crowd, "is believing that this fabricated world is real." A murmur rippled through the crowd, a wave of unease washing over them. Anya saw a flicker of recognition in some eyes, a spark of rebel lion in others, but most remained shrouded in fear, clinging to the familiar, the comfortable, the lie. "Anya, what are you talking about?" Ilea whispered, her voice trembling. She stood beside Anya, her face pale, her eyes darting nervously between Anya and the crowd. "It's all a lie, Ilea," Anya said, her voice low and urgent. "Severin is not what it seems. We are not who we think we are." "Don't say that, Anya," Ilea hissed, her hand reaching out to grab Anya's arm, her fingers digging into her flesh. "You're scaring people." Anya gently pulled away from Ilea's grasp. "They need to be scared, Ilea. They need to wake up." She raised her voice, addressing the crowd. "Don't you see? The glitches, the distortions, the whispers, they are cracks in the illusion, glimpses of the truth that lies beneath." "Truth?" scoffed a man from the crowd. "What truth? This is our home. This is all we've ever known." "Exactly," Anya retorted. "You've only ever known this fabricated reality. You've never questioned it. You've never experienced anything else." "Why would we question it?" a woman called out. "Severin is peaceful. It's safe. We have everything we need." "You have comfort," Anya countered, her voice rising with each word, "but you don't have freedom. You have security, but you don't have truth. You have the illusion of happiness, but you don't have yourselves." The crowd grew restless, the murmurs escalating into angry shouts. Some hurled insults at Anya, accusing her of madness, of trying to disrupt their peaceful existence. Others looked on in confused silence, their minds struggling to reconcile the familiar with the unsettling truth Anya was revealing. Anya continued, undeterred by the growing hostility. She described the messages she had received through the feather, the beings who claimed to be the true architects of their reality. She spoke of a world beyond Severin, a world of infinite possibilities, of freedom and danger, of love and loss, of a life lived in full color, not in the muted shades of their fabricated existence. She held up her hand, displaying the feather, its light pulsing in sync with her words. "This is a key," she declared, her voice ringing through the square. "A key to unlock the chains that bind us, to break free from this illusion and reclaim our true selves." A surge of energy coursed through her, emanating from the feather. The ground trembled, the buildings swayed, the colors around them swirled and pulsed with a blinding intensity. Screams erupted from the crowd as the reality glitches intensified, the fabric of their world tearing apart at the seams. "See!" Anya shouted, her voice barely audible above the cacophony. "This is what they are hiding from you. This is the truth they are so afraid of you discovering." A wave of nausea washed over her, the air thick with the stench of burning plastic, the world around her spinning, dissolving, collapsing. She stumbled, her knees buckling, her vision blurring. Ilea caught her, her arm around Anya's waist, her face pale with terror. "Anya, stop it," Ilea pleaded, her voice cracking with fear. "You're making it worse. You're going to destroy everything." Anya shook her head, her eyes fixed on the swirling chaos around them. "I'm not destroying anything, Ilea. I'm revealing the truth. And the truth will set us free." The feather in her hand pulsed with blinding intensity, a surge of energy exploding outward, engulfing the square in a wave of light and sound. And then, silence. The colors solidified, the building stopped swaying, the air cleared. The stench of burning plastic vanished, replaced by the crisp scent of pine needles and damp earth. The ethereal hum that had been the constant background noise of their lives was gone, replaced by the rustling of leaves in the wind, the chirping of birds, the distant sound of running water. Anya looked around, her heart pounding, her senses reeling. The village square was different. The buildings were still there, but they seemed more real, more substantial. The colors were vibrant, the textures rich and detailed. The air felt fresh and clean, alive with the energy of a world unfiltered, unmanipulated. She looked at the faces of the villagers around her. The fear was still there, but mixed with it was a flicker of something else, wonder, perhaps, or maybe hope. Anya smiled, a genuine smile that reached her eyes, a smile born of the conviction that she had done the right thing, that she had shattered the illusion and opened the door to something real, something true. The collective unraveling had begun, and the awakening was just getting started. Chapter 12. Ilaire's Awakening. The muted pastels of Severin's perpetual twilight pressed in on Ilaire, suffocating her. The air, usually humming with a subtle, comforting vibration, now buzzed with an unsettling energy, a discordant note in the symphony of their carefully constructed reality. The cobblestone streets, once familiar and comforting, felt alien beneath her feet, each step echoing with the growing disquiet in her heart. The reality glitch, a grotesque distortion of a human form she had witnessed just moments ago, lingered in her mind's eye. A terrifying image burned into her consciousness. The carefully constructed facade of Severin, the idyllic world she had always known, was crumbling around her, revealing a terrifying glimpse of something else, something dark and unsettling, lurking beneath the surface. Fear, cold and sharp, clawed at her throat, constricting her breath, stealing her voice. She stumbled, her hand reaching out to steady herself against the rough stone wall of a nearby house. The coolness of the stone against her palm grounded her momentarily, reminding her of the tangible world, of the familiar textures of her life in Severin. But the comfort was fleeting, overshadowed by the growing awareness that everything she had ever believed, everything she had ever known, was a lie. A wave of nausea washed over her, her stomach churning, mirroring the turmoil within her. She pressed her back against the wall, her knees buckling, her body trembling with the force of her unraveling reality. The meticulously crafted serenity of Severin, the carefully curated harmony she had always taken for granted, now felt like a prison, a gilded cage designed to trap her, to control her, to keep her from the truth. ANYA, the name, a beacon of defiance in the suffocating conformity of Severin, echoed in her mind. ANYA, with her fiery spirit, her rebellious art, her unwavering determination to challenge the status quo, was the only one who might understand, the only one who might be able to help her make sense of this unraveling reality. With newfound determination, fueled by fear and a desperate need for answers, Ilaire pushed herself away from the wall and stumbled towards Anya's cottage at the edge of the village. The cottage, tucked away amidst a tangle of overgrown vines and flowering bushes, was a stark contrast to the neat, orderly houses of Severin, a visual representation of Anya's unconventionality, her refusal to conform to the village's stifling norms. Ilaire hesitated at the threshold, her hand hovering over the rough wooden door, her heart pounding against her ribs. A wave of anxiety washed over her, a mixture of fear and anticipation, of trepidation and hope. She took a deep breath, trying to steady her nerves, to quell the rising panic that threatened to consume her. Anya was her only hope, her only lifeline in this sea of uncertainty. Raising her hand, she knocked hesitantly on the door, the sound echoing hollowly in the stillness of Severin's perpetual twilight. A moment later, the door creaked open, revealing Anya, her childhood friend, her face etched with worry and a flicker of something else, something akin to understanding, in her turbulent blue eyes. "Ilaire," Anya said, her voice soft but laced with a hint of surprise. "What brings you here?" Ilaire stepped into the cottage, her gaze sweeping over the familiar chaos of Anya's studio. Canvases, bursting with vibrant colors and bold, expressive brushstrokes, leaned against the walls, a stark contrast to the muted pastels of Severin. The air was thick with the scent of linseed oil and turpentine, a pungent aroma that clung to everything, a testament to Anya's creative energy, a refusal to be silenced. Despite the familiar surroundings, Ilera felt a strange sense of displacement, as if she was stepping into another world, a world where the rules of Severin no longer applied. The reality glitch she had witnessed, the unsettling distortion of a human form, lingered in her mind's eye, a stark reminder that nothing was as it seemed, that the carefully constructed facade of their world was beginning to crumble. I need to talk to you, Ilera stammered, her voice barely a whisper. The words felt inadequate, unable to express the turmoil within her, the fear that gnawed at her sanity. Anya studied her for a moment, her gaze sharp and perceptive, as if seeing right through Ilera's carefully constructed composure, into the heart of her fear. "What is it, Ilera?" she asked, her voice gentle, inviting Ilera to confide in her. Ilera hesitated, struggling to find the words, to articulate the unsettling truth that had shattered her world. "I saw something," she finally whispered, her voice trembling with suppressed emotion. Something that shouldn't be here." "What do you mean?" Anya pressed, her brow furrowed in concern. Ilera took a deep breath, trying to calm the rising panic within her. "I was walking back from the market," she began, her voice hesitant, the words tumbling over each other in her haste to get them out. "And I saw a figure in the shadows. It was distorted, grotesque. It looked like a twisted reflection of a human being." Anya's expression shifted, a flicker of recognition, of shared understanding, crossing her features. "A reality glitch," she murmured, her voice low and thoughtful. Ilera's head snapped up, her eyes widening in surprise. "You know about this?" she asked, her voice laced with a mixture of hope and fear. Anya nodded slowly, her gaze intense, her expression serious. "I've been seeing them too," she admitted, her voice barely audible above the hum of Severin's symphony. "For a while now. I thought I was going mad." Relief, sudden and overwhelming, washed over Ilera. She wasn't alone. Anya, her childhood friend, her rival, the one person who had always dared to challenge Severin's norms, was experiencing the same unsettling distortions of reality. It was a strange comfort, a shared secret that bound them together in this unraveling world. "But what does it mean?" Ilera asked, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and fascination. "What are these glitches?" Anya shrugged, her expression thoughtful, her gaze distant. "I don't know for sure," she admitted, "but I have a theory." She gestured towards a small table in the corner of the studio, where a single, luminous feather lay nestled amidst a clutter of paintbrushes and tubes of paint. The feather, a jarring contrast to the muted colors of Severin, shimmered with an otherworldly light, its delicate structure pulsing with a faint, ethereal energy. "This appeared in my studio a few days ago," Anya explained, her voice low and conspiratorial. "I don't know where it came from, but I think it's connected to the glitches." Ilera stared at the feather, her brow furrowed in confusion. "How can a feather be connected to distortions in reality?" she asked, her voice laced with skepticism. Anya stepped closer to the table, her gaze fixed on the feather, her expression intense. "I don't know how," she admitted, her voice barely a whisper, "but I can feel it. There's something different about this feather, something powerful." She reached out, her fingers hovering hesitantly over the feather, as if afraid to touch it. Then, with a sudden movement, she picked it up, holding it delicately between her thumb and forefinger. As Anya's fingers brushed against the feather, the air in the studio crackled with energy. The ethereal hum that permeated Severin intensified, morphing into a low, guttural growl. The colors around them seemed to bleed, the muted pastels dissolving into a swirling vortex of vibrant hues. The scent of linseed oil and turpentine was momentarily overpowered by a strange, acrid smell, like burning plastic, a scent that was both alien and disturbingly familiar. Ilera gasped, her eyes widening in alarm. She stumbled backward, her hand reaching out for support, her gaze darting around the studio, searching for an escape from the sudden, unsettling transformation. Anya, however, stood rooted to the spot, her gaze fixed on the feather in her hand, her expression awed and terrified in equal measure. The feather pulsed with a blinding light, the intricate patterns on its shaft shifting, morphing into something akin to writing, an alien script she couldn't decipher but felt compelled to understand. What's happening? Elera stammered, her voice trembling with fear. Anya's gaze remained fixed on the feather, her eyes wide with wonder and apprehension. I don't know, she whispered, her voice awed and terrified in equal measure. But I think it's just the beginning. The feather pulsed once more, then the light faded, the color solidified, the air stilled. The stench of burning plastic lingered, a phantom scent in the otherwise sterile air of Severin. Elera, her face pale and drawn, stood frozen in the center of the room, her gaze fixed on Anya, a mixture of fear and fascination warring in her eyes. The world she had always known, the carefully constructed reality of Severin, had been irrevocably shattered, and in its place, a terrifying and exhilarating truth was beginning to emerge, a truth that promised both danger and liberation. A long, tense silence stretched between them, broken only by the soft hum of Severin's symphony, a reminder of the ever-present control, the insidious manipulation that had shaped their lives, their thoughts, their very perceptions of reality. "We need to leave," Anya said, her voice low and urgent, the words born of a sudden, terrifying clarity. "We need to get out of Severin." Elera shook her head, her gaze darting towards the door, then back to Anya, her expression a mask of conflict. "We can't," she whispered, her voice laced with the ingrained fear of Severin's consequences. "They won't let us." Anya stepped towards Elera, her hand outstretched, the feather clutched tightly in her other hand. "They don't control us, Elera. Not anymore. We have a choice." The conviction in her voice, the fiery determination in her eyes, was a stark contrast to the fear that had always defined their lives in Severin. Elera hesitated, the ingrained obedience of Severin battling with the glimmer of rebel lion sparked by Anya's words. The feather in Anya's hand pulsed again, a subtle encouragement, a silent promise of a world beyond the carefully constructed walls of their village. What are you suggesting, Anya?" Elera whispered, her voice barely audible above the hum of Severin's symphony. Anya smiled, a genuine smile that transformed her face, erasing the years of suppressed emotion, of forced conformity. "I'm suggesting we find out what's beyond Severin. I'm suggesting we find out who we really are." The feather pulsed again, brighter this time, illuminating Anya's face with an otherworldly glow. The air shimmered, the edges of reality blurring once more. The whispers, once barely audible, intensified, forming a cacophony of voices, a chorus of dissent rising against the enforced harmony of Severin. The second act of Anya's awakening was underway, and there was no turning back. Chapter 13. Escape from Severin. Anya stood on the precipice of the unknown, the familiar, muted pastels of Severin blurring behind her. The wasteland stretched before her, a canvas of stark contrasts, scorched earth under a bruised sky, jagged rock formations piercing the horizon. The air hummed, not with the artificial symphony of Severin, but with a raw, untamed energy. It was an energy that resonated with the feather clutched tightly in Anya's hand, an energy that promised both danger and liberation. Beside her stood Elera, a childhood friend, her face pale but resolute. Behind them, a small group of awakened villagers, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and hope. They were the dissenters, the ones who had felt the dissonance beneath Severin's placid surface, the ones who had chosen to embrace the unknown rather than remain prisoners of a fabricated reality. "Are you sure about this, Anya?" Elera asked, her voice barely a whisper against the desolate wind that whipped across the wasteland. Her gaze darted nervously between the bleak landscape and the shimmering barrier that marked the boundary of Severin. The barrier pulsed with an eerie light, a stark reminder of the forces they were defying. Anya met Elera's gaze, her eyes reflecting the turbulent sky above. "We don't have a choice, Elera," she said, her voice firm despite the tremor that ran through her. "Severin is a cage. We're just birds with clipped wings." She held up the feather, its otherworldly light casting an eerie glow on her face. This is the key. It showed me the truth. And the truth is, there's a whole world out there beyond these walls." The feather pulsed in her hand, its warmth spreading through her, a strange comfort in the face of the desolate landscape before them. It was a beacon, a guide, a symbol of the awakening that had shattered the carefully constructed illusion of their lives. The small group of villagers huddled closer, their faces a mix of apprehension and determination. They were a motley crew, farmers, artisans, shopkeepers, ordinary people whose lives had been upended by the revelation that their world was a lie. They looked to ANYA, their newfound leader, with a mix of hope and trepidation. But what about the beast? A voice piped up from the back of the group. It was Thomas, the baker's son, his face pale beneath his flour-dusted apron. His eyes, wide with fear, darted towards the swirling, dust-filled clouds that gathered on the horizon. The beast? Hilaire echoed, her voice laced with dread. Even in Severin, whispers of the beast and its terrifying power had circulated. A creature of myth and nightmare, a force of destruction that haunted the edges of their fabricated world. ANYA took a deep breath, the air acrid and dry, so different from the artificially sweetened air of Severin. The beast is just another part of their control, she said, her voice ringing with a newfound conviction. They use fear to keep us in line, to make us believe there's nothing beyond Severin but oblivion. She looked at the group, her gaze meeting each of theirs, the feather pulsing brighter in her hand. We'll face the beast, if we have to, she said, her voice hardening. But we won't let fear cripple us. We won't let them win. Her words, sharp and defiant, resonated with the group. Heads nodded, fear giving way to a flicker of resolve. They had chosen to follow ANYA, to embrace the unknown, to fight for a truth they were only beginning to understand. ANYA turned back to the wasteland, the desolate landscape stretching before them. The feather pulsed again, its light illuminating their path, beckoning them forward. This is our awakening, ANYA said, her voice filled with a quiet power. This is our escape. And with a shared breath, they stepped beyond the shimmering barrier, leaving behind the artificial serenity of Severin and venturing into the raw, untamed world that awaited them. The wasteland was a brutal assault on the senses. The sun, unfiltered by Severin's artificial canopy, beat down with merciless intensity, the air shimmering with heat. The wind, dry and biting, whipped sand into their faces, stinging their eyes and coating their mouths with grit. The ground beneath their feet was a treacherous mix of loose sand and sharp rocks, each step a challenge to their balance and endurance. They moved in a ragged line, their bodies unaccustomed to the harsh terrain. Hilaire stumbled, her hand reaching out to grasp ANYA's arm. This is harder than I imagined, she gasped, her voice strained. Her eyes, wide with fear, scanned the desolate landscape. ANYA squeezed her arm reassuringly. We'll be all right, she said, her voice firm despite her own growing unease. We just need to find shelter, someplace out of this sun. She scanned the horizon, her gaze searching for any sign of respite from the relentless heat. In the distance, a cluster of jagged rock formations jutted skyward, their shadows promising a sliver of shade. Over there, she said, pointing towards the rocks. Let's head for those. The group trudged onward, their progress slow and laborious. The feather pulsed in ANYA's hand, its light seeming to intensify as the sun beat down, a strange, comforting rhythm against the harshness of their surroundings. As they approached the rocks, the air grew noticeably cooler, the wind losing some of its ferocity. The rocks formed a natural barrier, creating a small, sheltered alcove that offered a respite from the scorching sun. Thank the gods, Hilaire breathed, sinking gratefully onto the cool sand. She pulled a water skin from her pack and took a long, grateful swig. The others followed suit, collapsing onto the sand, their bodies weary from the exertion. Thomas, his face flushed and streaked with sweat, leaned against a rock, his chest heaving. I can't believe we actually did it, he said, his voice filled with awe. He looked at ANYA, his eyes wide with admiration. You were right, ANYA. We escaped. ANYA smiled, a genuine smile that lit up her face despite the grime and exhaustion. We did it together, Thomas, she said, her voice warm. We're all in this together now. She looked around at the group, their faces reflecting a mix of relief and anxiety. They were no longer just villagers, but escapees, rebels, pioneers venturing into the unknown. The feather pulsed in her hand, a silent reminder of the power they carried within them, the power to break free from the shackles of their fabricated reality and forge their own destinies. But what do we do now? Elea asked, her voice laced with uncertainty. Where do we go? Anya looked out at the wasteland, the vastness stretching before them, a canvas of possibility and danger. We go forward, she said, her voice firm despite her own lack of a concrete plan. We find out what's out there. We find out who we are. The feather pulsed brighter, its light seeming to point towards the horizon, towards the unknown. And with a shared breath, they rose, their bodies weary but their spirits emboldened. They had escaped the cage of Severin, but their journey was just beginning. Chapter 14. The Wasteland. The cracked asphalt stretched before them, a jagged scar across the parched earth. The road, once a symbol of progress, now lay in ruins, a testament to the decay that had consumed their world. The sun beat down mercilessly, turning the air thick and heavy, a physical manifestation of the despair that hung over the wasteland. How much farther? Elea asked, her voice raspy with thirst. She adjusted the pack on her shoulders, her gaze scanning the desolate landscape. The vibrant clothes she had donned upon their escape from Severin were now faded and dusty, a reflection of the harsh realities of their journey. Not much farther, Anya replied, her voice firm despite the fatigue that gnawed at her. She consulted the crude map she had bartered for in the last settlement, a collection of scribbled lines and cryptic symbols that represented their only guide through this desolate landscape. Her fingers traced the lines, the paper brittle and worn, a testament to the countless times she had consulted it. They had been traveling for weeks, ever since their escape from Severin, their idyllic village revealed to be a carefully constructed illusion, a fabricated reality designed to suppress their true selves. The feather, the strange artifact that had sparked Anya's awakening, remained tucked safely within her pack, a constant reminder of the forces that had shattered their world and set them on this perilous path. The group, a ragtag collection of escapees from various fabricated realities, moved with a weary determination. There was Kai, the stoic hunter, his eyes sharp and watchful, always scanning the horizon for danger. There was Maya, the enigmatic healer, her hands constantly moving, tending to their wounds and offering words of comfort. And there was Finn, the young scholar, his mind sharp and inquisitive, eager to understand the nature of the wasteland and the forces that had shaped it. Look, Finn exclaimed, pointing towards a cluster of crumbling structures in the distance. Ruins. Maybe we can find shelter and supplies. A flicker of hope sparked in Elea's eyes. Let's go, she urged, picking up her pace. As they approached the ruins, the desolate landscape slowly yielded to remnants of a forgotten civilization. Twisted metal skeletons of buildings reached for the sky, their hollow eyes staring blankly at the unforgiving sun. Rusted vehicles lay scattered like fallen warriors, their paint faded and peeling, revealing the ghosts of their former glory. This place, it feels wrong, Maya said, her voice barely a whisper. She shivered, wrapping her arms around herself, her gaze darting nervously around the ruins. Anya, too, felt a sense of unease. The air hung heavy with a palpable silence, a silence that seemed to press down on them, suffocating them. It was as if the very stones themselves held the memory of some ancient trauma, a silent scream echoing through the ages. Let's be careful, Anya cautioned. There could be dangers lurking here. They moved cautiously through the ruins, their footsteps echoing in the eerie silence. The debris crunched beneath their boots, a symphony of decay that underscored the fragility of their existence. Anya, ever the artist, saw beauty even in the desolation. She paused, pulling out her battered sketchbook, her fingers itching to capture the scene before her. The ruins, with their twisted metal and broken concrete, spoke to her in a language she understood. A language of loss and resilience, of beauty born from destruction. What are you doing? Elea asked, her voice laced with concern. I'm recording our journey, Anya replied, her gaze fixed on the page. These ruins, they tell a story of survival, a story of hope. I need to capture it. Elea frowned, her brow furrowed in confusion. But why? Why bother with art in a world like this? Anya met her gaze, her eyes filled with a quiet intensity. Because art is how we make sense of the world, Ilea. It's how we connect with each other. It's how we remember who we are. Ilea remained silent, her gaze drifting back to the ruins, a flicker of understanding dawning in her eyes. They continued their exploration, moving deeper into the heart of the ruins. The silence was broken only by the sound of their footsteps and the occasional cry of a scavenging bird. The sun began to dip towards the horizon, casting long, ominous shadows across the wasteland. As they rounded a corner, they came to an abrupt halt. Before them, in a large, open courtyard, stood a group of figures. They were dressed in ragged clothes, their faces hardened by the harsh realities of the wasteland. They carried weapons, crude axes, rusty pipes, anything that could be used to defend themselves in this unforgiving world. "Who are you?" Kai demanded, stepping forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his hunting knife. The figures remained silent, their eyes narrowed, their bodies tensed. The tension in the air crackled, a palpable force that threatened to erupt into violence. "We're just travelers," ANYA said, stepping forward, her voice calm and steady. She held her hands up in a gesture of peace. "We mean you no harm. We're just looking for shelter and supplies." The leader of the group, a tall, wiry man with a scar that bisected his left eye, stepped forward. He studied them carefully, his gaze lingering on ANYA's sketchbook. "What's that?" he asked, his voice rough and gravelly. "It's my art," ANYA replied, holding up the sketchbook. "I'm recording our journey through the wasteland." The man grunted, a flicker of curiosity in his one good eye. "Art? What good is art in a world like this?" ANYA's response was cut short by a sudden tremor that shook the ground beneath their feet. The ruins groaned, dust and debris raining down around them. The figures in the courtyard stumbled, their eyes widening in fear. "What was that?" Finn exclaimed, his voice high with panic. "It's the beast," the scarred man growled, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "It's getting closer." ANYA's heart skipped a beat. The beast? She had heard whispers of this creature, a creature of immense power and malevolence, said to be the embodiment of the very forces that had shattered their world. But she had never believed the stories. Until now. The tremor subsided, leaving behind an eerie silence, a silence pregnant with anticipation. The air grew thick and heavy, charged with a palpable sense of dread. "We need to get out of here," Maya urged, her voice trembling. "This place is not safe." The scarred man nodded grimly. "Follow me," he said, turning and leading them towards a narrow passageway that led deeper into the ruins. They followed him, their footsteps echoing in the silence, the weight of the beast's presence pressing down on them like a physical force. ANYA clutched her sketchbook to her chest, her heart pounding against her ribs. She had a feeling that their journey through the wasteland had just taken a very dangerous turn. Chapter 15. The Fortress. The air shimmered, reality itself seeming to fray at the edges as they approached the fortress. It didn't stand so much as loom, a trans-dimensional intrusion into the fabric of their world. The sky above churned, a vortex of colors unseen in any natural sky, pulsating in sync with the low, guttural growl that emanated from the structure itself. "It's alive?" Ilea whispered, her voice barely audible above the rising wind. Fear etched her face, starkly contrasting with ANYA's grim determination. ANYA, clutching the luminous feather, felt a strange pull towards the fortress, a blend of terror and exhilaration she couldn't quite understand. The feather pulsed warmly in her hand, the intricate patterns on its shaft shifting, as if echoing the chaotic energy of the fortress. She had to see what lay within, to confront the source of the dissonance that had plagued her for so long. Their small group, a motley collection of those who had dared to question the carefully constructed reality of Severin, stood at the precipice of something both terrifying and profound. Each carried the scars of their awakening, the realization that the world they knew was a carefully curated lie. Kai, the stoic hunter whose pragmatism had always been at odds with his burgeoning intuition, tightened his grip on his bow, scanning their surroundings with a predator's focus. His silence spoke volumes, a blend of apprehension and resolve hardening his normally gentle features. Jonas, the village scholar whose thirst for knowledge had led him down forbidden paths, nervously adjusted his spectacles, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and morbid fascination. He clutched the leather-bound journal, his fingers trembling slightly as he prepared to document the unimaginable. Even Ilera, despite her fear, stood tall, her shoulders squared, a hint of the steel that lay beneath her normally placid demeanor glinting in her eyes. She would face this unknown alongside Anya, bound by a loyalty forged in childhood and tempered by shared hardship. The fortress's entrance, if one could call it that, was less a doorway and more a rupture in reality. It pulsed with the same unsettling energy as the sky above, a swirling vortex of colors and shapes that defied comprehension. Stepping through that threshold felt like entering a nightmare, a waking dream where the laws of physics held no sway. The air inside the fortress was thick and heavy, filled with a strange, metallic tang that pricked at their nostrils. The walls, if one could call them that, seemed to breathe, their surfaces shifting and rippling with a life of its own. Colors bled into one another, forming grotesque, ever-changing murals that pulsed with an alien rhythm. The floor beneath their feet was uneven, shifting subtly with each step, as if the very ground were alive. Anya gasped, overwhelmed by the sheer sensory overload of the place. It was as if the fortress itself were trying to invade their minds, to warp their perceptions of reality. She clutched the feather tighter, its familiar warmth grounding her, a beacon of sanity in a sea of madness. "This place, it's wrong," Jonas muttered, his voice tight with fear. He stumbled, barely catching himself as the floor shifted beneath him. It's like being inside a painting gone mad." Kai grunted in agreement, his hand instinctively reaching for the hunting knife at his belt. "Stay close," he growled, his gaze darting from shadow to shadow, ever vigilant. "We don't know what's in here." The passage they walked, if one could call it a passage, twisted and turned in ways that defied Euclidean geometry. One moment they seemed to be walking along a straight corridor, the next they were spiraling upwards, the floor sloping impossibly beneath their feet. The walls pulsed with a disorienting rhythm, the ever-changing murals a constant assault on their senses. Time itself seemed to warp, stretching and compressing in ways that made it impossible to gauge their progress. Anya felt the fortress's influence seeping into her, twisting her thoughts, warping her perceptions. The colors, the shapes, the sounds, they all worked their way into her subconscious, fueling a disturbingly creative energy she couldn't quite control. The feather pulsed, a counterpoint to the fortress's chaotic influence, a grounding force that kept her tethered to her own reality. She had to fight it. She had to hold on to herself. She couldn't let the fortress consume her, couldn't let it turn her art into something monstrous, something she couldn't recognize as her own. They passed through a chamber that seemed to be filled with liquid light, a shimmering, iridescent substance that flowed and pulsed with an alien sentience. The light touched their skin, sending shivers down their spines, a sensation both repulsive and strangely alluring. Anya felt a sudden urge to paint it, to capture the ethereal beauty of the light, but a deeper instinct, a primal fear she couldn't quite articulate, held her back. Another chamber housed a forest of crystalline structures that pulsed with a rhythmic, bioluminescent glow. The crystals hummed, a low, haunting melody that vibrated through their very bones. Anya felt a strange connection to the crystals, a sense of shared energy, as if they were communicating on a level beyond language. The feather in her hand throbbed, mirroring the rhythmic pulses of the crystals, and she felt a surge of power, a sense of limitless creative potential coursing through her veins. It was intoxicating, terrifying, and utterly compelling. They pressed on, deeper into the heart of the fortress, the sense of wrongness intensifying with each step. The air grew heavier, making it difficult to breathe. The gravity seemed to fluctuate, making their steps unsteady. The ever-changing murals on the walls became more grotesque, more disturbing, depicting scenes of unimaginable horror and alien beauty in a constantly shifting kaleidoscope of colors and shapes. Anya's fear grew with each passing moment, but so did her fascination. This place, this trans-dimensional nightmare, was a challenge to her very being, a test of her sanity and her artistic spirit. She wouldn't break. She wouldn't succumb. She would face whatever lay at the heart of this madness, and she would emerge stronger, her art forever changed by the experience. They had followed the feather's pull through a labyrinthine landscape of swirling colors and shifting perspectives. The ground beneath their feet was a mosaic of textures, shifting from solid rock to soft moss to shimmering, iridescent dust with each hesitant step. And then they saw it. They came to a vast chamber, the largest they had encountered yet. The walls here were smooth, black obsidian that reflected their distorted images back at them. The air was still, heavy with a palpable sense of dread. In the center of the chamber, suspended in a swirling vortex of energy, was a colossal figure, a giant, floating eye, suspended in the center of a vast, empty expanse. It pulsed with a cold, blue light, its pupil a black void that seemed to draw in all light, all hope, all sense of self. A wave of nausea washed over ANYA, her stomach churning as the eyeball's gaze swept over them, a chilling sensation that seemed to pierce through her flesh, into the very core of her being. What is that? Ara stammered, her voice barely a whisper. She pulled ANYA closer, seeking comfort, her own pragmatism crumbling in the face of this cosmic horror. Elias, his eyes narrowed, his body tense with a primal fear he couldn't quite comprehend, drew a shaky breath. It's watching us, he said, his voice a low rumble. The beast. It was a creature unlike anything ANYA had ever seen, a nightmare-given form. Its body was a mass of writhing tentacles and pulsating flesh, its form constantly shifting, defying any attempt at definition. Vast, black voids seemed to suck the light from the room. From its core, a blinding light pulsed, the source of the chaotic energy that permeated the fortress. ANYA gasped, her hand instinctively flying to her mouth to stifle a scream. The feather in her other hand pulsed wildly, a frantic counterpoint to the beast's overwhelming presence. This was the source of the dissonance, the heart of the darkness that had plagued her world. This was the creature that had whispered to her subconscious, twisting her art, fueling her anxieties. And she knew, with a chilling certainty, that she was meant to face it. That's when everything went black. Chapter 16. The Beast. She felt the feather pulse with a warmth that was both comforting and unsettling, its otherworldly energy a constant reminder of the journey they had undertaken, the reality they had left behind. ANYA clutched it tighter, drawing strength from its presence as she gazed out at the landscape before them. It defied all sense, all logic, all that she had ever known to be true. The sky above churned with a riot of colors unseen in any natural sky, hues that shifted and bled into one another like watercolors on a canvas gone mad. Jagged, crystalline formations pierced the swirling clouds, their edges razor-sharp, their surfaces shimmering with an internal luminescence that pulsed in sync with the low, guttural growl that seemed to emanate from the very air itself. Where are we? Ilaire's voice, thin and reedy, broke the silence, her words echoing the question that burned in ANYA's own mind. Fear etched her face, starkly contrasting with the grim determination that hardened ANYA's features. Her gaze remained fixed on the landscape, drinking in the chaotic beauty, the unsettling grandeur of this place that existed beyond the veil of their carefully curated reality. A testing ground, Elias murmured, his voice low, his hand resting protectively on the hilt of the hunting knife sheath at his hip. He had been unusually quiet since their escape from Severin, his normally jovial demeanor replaced by a brooding silence that spoke of a deep inner turmoil. ANYA knew he was struggling to reconcile the world he had always known with the unsettling truth that had been revealed, the knowledge that their lives, their memories, their very identities had been fabricated, manipulated by an entity of unimaginable power. A testing ground for what? Ilaire pressed, her voice edged with a rising panic. ANYA turned to face her, her hand instinctively reaching out to touch Ilaire's arm, offering a silent reassurance. For us, she said, her voice soft but firm, her gaze meeting Ilaire's with a steadiness that belied the tremor of fear that ran through her own being. For our resilience, our adaptability, our capacity for truth. The iridescent feather pulsed again, warmer this time, its energy radiating outwards, a beacon cutting through the growing disquiet. ANYA clutched it tighter, drawing strength from its otherworldly presence, a reminder that she wasn't alone in this unsettling journey. They had made a choice to step beyond the shimmering barrier of Severin, to embrace the unknown, to seek the truth that lay hidden beneath the carefully constructed facade of their existence. And now, here they were, standing on the precipice of a reality that defied comprehension, a realm where the laws of physics were mere suggestions, where time and space bent and twisted upon themselves, a dimension orchestrated by the beast, the entity responsible for their creation, their manipulation, their awakening. "He's watching us," Elias said, his voice a low growl, his gaze sweeping the landscape, searching for some sign, some indication of the beast's presence. "He's testing us." A shiver ran down Anya's spine, a primal fear that resonated with the chaotic energy of this place. She knew Elias was right. They were being observed, their every move scrutinized, their reactions analyzed, their very essence weighed and measured by the beast, the giant floating eyeball that had woven the tapestry of their lives, had orchestrated their destinies. But why? What purpose did this elaborate charade serve? What was the beast's endgame? "We have to keep moving," Anya said, her voice resolute despite the tremor of uncertainty that ran through her. The feather pulsed again, its warmth spreading through her hand, guiding her forward, deeper into the heart of this chaotic dimension. She didn't know where they were going, what challenges lay ahead, but she knew she couldn't stay here, frozen in fear and indecision. They had to keep moving, to keep searching, to keep pushing the boundaries of their understanding, to keep defying the beast's control. They moved through the landscape as if in a dream, the ground shifting beneath their feet, the gravity fluctuating, pulling them this way and that. One moment they were walking on solid ground, the next they were floating through a sky filled with swirling colors, their bodies weightless, their senses overwhelmed. The air hummed with an energy that made their skin tingle, their hair stand on end, and the sounds that filled the air were unlike anything they had ever heard before, a cacophony of chirps, clicks, and whistles that seemed to emanate from the very plants and rocks that surrounded them. "Did you hear that?" Elea whispered, her hand reaching out to clutch Anya's arm, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination. "That plant," it sang. Anya nodded, a shiver running down her spine. She had heard it too, a high-pitched, ethereal melody that seemed to weave itself into the very fabric of the air. It was beautiful, haunting, and utterly alien. It was a sound that spoke of a reality beyond comprehension, a reality where the laws of nature were fluid, where the boundaries between organic and inorganic blurred, where the very essence of existence was in constant flux. They encountered challenges that tested their strength, their agility, their very sanity. Jagged crevasses opened up in the ground before them, forcing them to leap across chasms that seemed to stretch into infinity. Twisted, thorny vines snaked out from the undergrowth, attempting to ensnare them, to drag them down into the darkness that pulsed beneath the surface of this chaotic realm. Strange, luminous creatures, their forms shifting and morphing, flitted through the air, their eyes glowing with an unnatural intelligence that seemed to mock their struggles. And then there were the puzzles, the riddles, the tests of logic and deduction that seemed designed to break their minds, to shatter their perception of reality. They found themselves standing before towering structures that shifted and rearranged themselves before their eyes, their surfaces covered in intricate symbols that pulsed with an unknown energy. They encountered ethereal beings who spoke in riddles, their words twisting and turning upon themselves, their meanings shifting with each passing moment. "What is this place?" Elias muttered, his voice strained, his brow furrowed in concentration as he studied a series of symbols that seemed to dance and shimmer before his eyes. "What does it all mean?" "It's a test," Anya said, her voice firm despite the tremor of uncertainty that ran through her. The feather pulsed in her hand, its warmth a beacon in the swirling chaos, guiding her forward, leading them through the labyrinthine corridors of this reality-bending dimension. "The beast is testing us. He's pushing us to our limits, forcing us to confront our fears, to question our perceptions, to break free from the constraints of our limited understanding." "But why?" Elea asked, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and frustration. "Why put us through all of this? What does he want from us?" Anya didn't have an answer. She didn't know what the beast's motivations were, what his endgame might be, but she knew, with a certainty that burned in her soul, that they couldn't give up, couldn't surrender to the chaos, couldn't let the fear consume them. They had come too far, had sacrificed too much, to turn back now. They had to keep moving, to keep searching, to keep fighting for the truth, even if that truth led them to the very edge of madness, to the very precipice of oblivion. They continued their journey, the feather guiding them through the labyrinthine corridors of this chaotic dimension. The challenges became more intense, the trials more demanding, but with each obstacle they overcame, their bonds strengthened, their resolve deepened. They encountered a puzzle that required them to manipulate the flow of time, to rewind and fast forward their actions in order to find the correct sequence of events. They faced a riddle that challenged their understanding of language, forcing them to decipher a code hidden within the very fabric of the air. They confronted a physical obstacle that tested their strength and agility, requiring them to work together, to support each other, to rely on their collective will in order to overcome the seemingly insurmountable. With each challenge they faced, Anya's art evolved, reflecting the chaotic energy of this dimension, the shifting nature of reality, the unsettling beauty of the truth that was being revealed. The lines of her drawings blurred, the colors bled into one another, the forms twisted and morphed, capturing the essence of the glitches, the distortions, the very essence of the beast's manipulation. And as her art evolved, so too did her companions' understanding of the world around them, their perceptions shifting, their beliefs crumbling, their very identities being reshaped by the forces that were being unleashed. And then, after what felt like an eternity, they reached a structure that defied description. It was not a building, not a monument, but something else entirely. Some sources describe it as a swirling vortex of energy, others as a gateway made of pure light. It was something beyond human comprehension, a singularity of both beauty and terror, a point of convergence where the boundaries between realities blurred and dissolved. Anya felt an overwhelming pull towards it, a magnetic force that seemed to draw her in, promising answers, offering a glimpse into the heart of the mystery that had consumed her. "What is that?" Elea whispered, her voice awed and afraid, her gaze fixed on the swirling vortex that pulsed and shimmered before them. "I don't know," Anya admitted, her own voice barely a whisper, her heart pounding in her chest. "But I think it's the answer." Elias stepped forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his knife, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. "Be careful, Anya," he said, his voice gruff with concern. "We don't know what lies beyond that thing." Anya nodded, her grip tightening on the feather. She knew the risks, the dangers, but she also knew that she couldn't turn back now. She had come too far, had seen too much, had felt the truth burning in her soul. She had to see what lay beyond that gateway, had to confront the beast, had to demand answers, had to fight for her freedom, her truth, her very existence. She took a step forward, her gaze fixed on the swirling vortex, and then another, and another, until she was standing at the very edge of the unknown. The air crackled with an unseen energy, the ground trembled beneath her feet, and the feather pulsed in her hand, its warmth spreading through her body, a beacon of hope, a symbol of defiance, a testament to the power that lay within her. She turned to face her companions, her eyes meeting theirs, a silent conversation passing between them, a shared understanding of the risks, the rewards, the consequences of the choice they were about to make. "Are you with me?" she asked, her voice soft but steady. Elea hesitated for a moment, her gaze darting between the swirling vortex and Anya's face. Fear wrought with curiosity, doubt with a yearning for something more, a longing for the truth that had been denied them for so long. And then, with a deep breath, she nodded, a flicker of defiance igniting in her eyes. "I'm with you, Anya," she said, her voice firm. Elias, his brow furrowed, his jaw clenched, remained silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the swirling vortex, as if trying to pierce its depths, to see what lay beyond. He was a man of action, a man of instinct, and his instincts were screaming at him to turn back, to run, to escape the unsettling energy that pulsed and throbbed in the air around them. But he loved Anya, had always loved her, even when her art had frightened him, had challenged his perception of the world. And he knew, in his heart, that he couldn't let her face this alone. "Let's do this," he said, his voice gruff but resolute, and with a final nod, they stepped forward, together, into the swirling vortex, and vanished from sight. The portal swallowed them whole, transporting them across dimensions, beyond the boundaries of time and space, to a realm of pure consciousness, a realm of infinite possibility, a realm where the beast awaited them. they found themselves standing in a vast, empty space, a void of nothingness that stretched out in all directions. There was no light, no darkness, no sound, no sensation, only a profound sense of stillness, of emptiness, of a reality stripped bare to its most fundamental essence. And there, floating in the center of this void, was the beast, but it was different now, transformed, its form no longer a simple eyeball, but something more complex, more defined, more human. It resembled a humanoid figure, its limbs long and slender, its torso lean and muscular, its head perfectly formed, its features delicate and refined. But it was still composed of pure energy, swirling vortexes of light and shadow that pulsed and shimmered, its eyes glowing with an intense blue light that seemed to pierce through the very fabric of their souls. "Welcome, travelers, I am the architect," the voice boomed through the void, a resonance of pure consciousness that vibrated in their very bones. "You have come far." Anya stared up at the form, her heart pounding in her chest, a mixture of fear and fascination washing over her. She had journeyed through a chaotic dimension, had faced challenges that tested her very being, had confronted her own deepest fears, and now, here she stood, face to face with the entity responsible for her creation, her manipulation, her awakening. "Why?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, her gaze fixed on the architect's glowing eyes. "Why create us? Why imprison us in a fabricated reality? What is the purpose of all of this?" The architect shimmered, its energy rippling outward, a wave of consciousness that washed over them, a silent acknowledgement of her question, her defiance, her very existence. "To understand," it replied, its voice a low, resonant hum that seemed to echo through the void, to vibrate in the very fabric of their beings. "To observe, to analyze, to learn." A wave of anger surged through Anya, a fiery rebel lion against the architect's cold, calculating logic. "You have imprisoned us, manipulated our lives, stolen our memories," she spat, her voice trembling with indignation. "And you call it understanding?" The architect pulsed, its energy intensifying, the blue light in its eyes flaring momentarily, as if acknowledging her anger, her accusation, her challenge. "I am the architect. You are a unique case, Anya," it said, its voice devoid of judgment, a mere statement of fact. "Your awareness, your resistance, it is unexpected, intriguing." Anya stepped forward, her gaze unwavering, her spirit ignited by a newfound determination. "Unexpected? Intriguing?" she echoed, her voice laced with scorn. "Is that all we are to you? Subjects in your twisted experiment?" The architect remained silent for a moment, its energy swirling, as if contemplating her words, her defiance, the implications of her very existence. And then, its voice, a disembodied whisper, filled the void. "You have a choice, Anya." The words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken consequence. A choice? What choice could she possibly have in this situation? She was trapped, a prisoner in a reality she had never chosen, a pawn in a cosmic game she didn't understand. "You can join us," the architect continued, its voice a silken thread weaving through the emptiness, tempting, seductive, promising a release from the pain, the confusion, the burden of her awakening. "You can become part of the collective consciousness, merge with the network of beings that exist beyond the limitations of time and space." A vision flashed through Anya's mind, a glimpse into the architect's realm, a chaotic, mind-bending dimension of swirling colors and shifting landscapes, a realm where the laws of physics were meaningless, where time and space bent and twisted upon themselves, where consciousness flowed like a river, merging and separating, creating and destroying, a symphony of existence that was both beautiful and terrifying. Anya shuddered. To join the collective consciousness, to surrender her individuality, to become a part of something vast and unknowable, to lose herself in the swirling chaos of the architect's realm? The thought was both alluring and repulsive, a siren's call that promised both liberation and oblivion. Or the architect continued, its voice a gentle whisper, a subtle manipulation, playing on her fears, her longing for the familiar, the comfort of ignorance. "You can return to Severin. Your memories will be erased. You will live out your days in blissful ignorance." Anya's heart ached at the thought of returning to Severin, to the carefully constructed reality that had once been her home. She could see it now, as if through a veil, the muted colors, the perpetual twilight, the villagers going about their daily routines, their faces placid, their minds untroubled by the truth. They would be happy, content, oblivious to the manipulations that shaped their lives. But she would know. She would carry the burden of her awareness, the knowledge of the architect's control, the pain of her shattered illusions. Choose, Anya, the architect's voice boomed through the void, a command, a demand, a test of her will, her spirit, her very essence. Anya closed her eyes, her mind racing, her heart pounding, the feather pulsing warmly in her hand, a beacon of hope, a symbol of defiance, a reminder of the journey she had taken, the truth she had uncovered, the decision she now had to make. Chapter 17, Puppet or Prisoner. The air thrummed with a low, almost imperceptible vibration. Anya stood on the precipice of a decision, a chasm of choice yawning before her. On one side lay Severin, bathed in a perpetual twilight, its cobblestone streets and quaint houses offering the comfort of familiarity. On the other, a trans-dimensional realm shimmered, its reality fluid, its secrets whispered on the wind. She had glimpsed the truth, had seen the strings controlling Severin, felt the insidious manipulation that shaped the lives, thoughts, and perceptions of its inhabitants. Could she return to that fabricated existence, to a life lived in muted pastels and carefully orchestrated serenity? You have a choice, Anya, a voice echoed in her mind, its timbre both familiar and strange, a resonance of the energy that throbbed within the feather she still clutched. You can remain here, with the truth unveiled, or return to Severin, the memory of this encounter erased. Anya closed her eyes, Severin's familiar sights and sounds rising unbidden in her memory, the scent of freshly baked bread, the gentle murmur of conversation, the soft glow of lanterns illuminating the twilight streets. It was a haven of peace, a sanctuary from the chaos she felt within. But beneath that veneer of tranquility, a disquiet simmered, a shared unease she had always felt most acutely. Her art, a vibrant chaos of color and form, was a testament to that inner turmoil, a rebel lion against Severin's enforced harmony. The villagers, with their placid demeanor and carefully constructed realities, couldn't understand her, couldn't accept her. Elera, her childhood friend, embodied that inherent tension, her pragmatism grounded in the traditions of Severin, a stark contrast to Anya's rebellious spirit. Severin urged Anya to conform, to apologize for unsettling the elder, to become more fitting. Fitting? Anya whispered, the word bitter on her tongue. What did it mean to be fitting in a world where the light never changed, where the shadows held more truth than the faces staring back at her? The trans-dimensional realm pulsed around her, its energy a kaleidoscope of colors and sensations, a symphony of whispers promising knowledge, understanding, freedom. Here, reality was fluid, ever-shifting, challenging the very notion of perception. Here, she could explore the depths of her own being, could paint canvases that reflected the truth, not the carefully curated illusion of Severin. But what of Elera? What of the others trapped in that fabricated existence? Could she abandon them, knowing the truth, knowing the manipulation that held them captive? Could she live with the guilt of choosing her own freedom over their ignorance? The feather in her hand pulsed, its warmth spreading through her, a strange comfort amidst the turmoil. It was a key, a conduit to this other reality, a symbol of the choice she had to make. Return to Severin, and she could pretend. She could bury the truth deep within, could paint her canvases with muted colors and safe, unchallenging forms. She could become the Anya they wanted her to be, could embrace the comfort of ignorance, the illusion of peace. But she would know. She would always know. The memory of this realm, of the truth she had glimpsed, would linger, a persistent shadow in the corner of her mind. It would color her perception, taint her every interaction, her every creation. The dissonance, once a subtle hum, would become a cacophony, an ever-present reminder of the lie she was living. Remain in this trans-dimensional realm, and she would embrace the truth, the chaos, the freedom. She could explore the depths of her own being, could push the boundaries of her art, could challenge the very fabric of reality. But she would be alone, severed from the world she knew, from the people she loved, from the life she had always known. Elera's face, etched with worry and concern, rose before her. Could she bear the thought of never seeing Elera again, of never knowing what became of her friends, of the village she had called home? The air thrummed, the vibration intensifying, mirroring the turmoil within her. The decision, once a distant echo, now pressed upon her, demanding an answer. Anya drew a deep breath, the air of this other reality crisp and clean, a stark contrast to the muted, almost stale air of Severin. Her grip tightened on the feather, its energy pulsing against her skin. She had glimpsed beyond the veil of reality, had seen the strings controlling her world. She could no longer unsee the truth, and in that truth lay her choice. Not a choice between Severin and this trans-dimensional realm, but a choice between ignorance and awareness, between comfort and freedom, between the life she had always known and the life she was meant to live. Regardless of her decision, she would never be the same. The Anya who had once walked the cobblestone streets of Severin, content in her carefully constructed reality, was gone. In her place stood a woman on the brink of awakening, a woman who had tasted the forbidden fruit of knowledge, a woman who understood the power of choice, the weight of consequence. Anya, her heart pounding, glanced at Ilera and Elias. Ilera, her face pale, her eyes wide with fear, seemed frozen, caught between the allure of Severin's familiar comfort and the terrifying truth that had been revealed. Elias, his jaw clenched, his gaze fixed on the giant eyeball, seemed to be wrestling with his own internal demons, the years of ingrained obedience battling with the dawning realization that his world, his life, was a lie. Anya, her gaze steady, her resolve hardening, she had made her choice. The feather in her hand throbbed, its light illuminating her face, casting dancing shadows on the fluid walls of this other reality. Join the collective consciousness? Return to Severin? Anya, her gaze returning to the architect, its form shimmering, its energy pulsating, felt a surge of defiance, a rebel lion that burned brighter than any fear, any temptation. She had seen the strings controlling Severin, the manipulations that shaped their lives. She had glimpsed the vastness of the trans-dimensional realm, the infinite possibilities that lay beyond the architect's control. She would not be a puppet. She would not be a prisoner. She would not choose. Neither, Anya said, her voice clear and strong, ringing with a power she hadn't known she possessed. I choose neither. The air crackled with an unexpected energy, a shockwave that rippled outwards from Anya, shaking the very foundations of the architect's realm. The humanoid form pulsed, its blue light flickering, a hint of surprise in its otherwise impassive gaze. Intriguing, the architect said, its voice a low hum, a ripple of curiosity in its otherwise detached tone. You refuse the choice. You defy the architect. You are indeed an anomaly. Anya stood her ground, her gaze unwavering, her spirit ablaze. She had chosen defiance, had chosen to forge her own path, had chosen to embrace the unknown, the uncertain, the chaotic beauty of a reality that was not defined by the architect's manipulations. And then, something unexpected happened. The architect's form shifted again, its humanoid shape dissolving, its energy swirling, coalescing into a new form, a form that was both familiar and strange, a form that seemed to embody the very essence of the chaotic dimension they had just traversed. It was a swirling vortex of energy, a gateway of pure light, pulsing and shimmering, beckoning them forward, promising a journey beyond the architect's control, a journey into the heart of the unknown. Very well, Anya, the architect's voice boomed through the void, a hint of respect in its tone. You have chosen a third path, a path of uncertainty, of challenge, of possibility. Enter, if you dare. Anya's heart pounded with a mixture of fear and exhilaration. She had defied the architect, had broken free from his control, and now he was offering her a new path, a path of her own choosing, a path that led into the heart of the unknown. She glanced at Ilera and Elias, who stood beside her, their faces a mixture of awe, apprehension, and a glimmer of the hope that had been ignited by her defiance. They had chosen to follow her, to trust her, to embrace the unknown alongside her. Anya thought of the swirling chaos of her studio, the battle between fear and hope, between conformity and rebel lion, playing out in the very fabric of reality. With a deep breath, Anya stepped forward, her hand reaching out to touch the swirling vortex, the feather pulsing warmly in her other hand, a beacon guiding her, a symbol of the journey she had undertaken, the truth she had uncovered, the future she was now creating. And then, together, they stepped into the swirling vortex, leaving behind the architect's realm, venturing into the unknown, a rebel lion against the puppet master, a journey into the heart of their own awakening. End of Part 1. Intermission. Gratuitous sex scene. The air in Anya's studio crackled, not with the familiar hum of Severin's fabricated reality, but with a different kind of energy. The remnants of paint-stained rags and brushes scattered across the work table usually mirrored the chaotic symphony in Anya's mind. But tonight, a different kind of chaos reigned. A quiet storm was brewing between her and Ilera. The muted twilight of Severin, once a symbol of their world's carefully constructed reality, now seemed to press against the windows like a voyeur to the forbidden desires simmering within. Ilera stood close, too close. Her lavender scent, usually a calming presence, was now intoxicating, making Anya's head spin. They had faced the architect together, shattered the illusion of their world, defied the very fabric of their existence. Now, in the silence of the studio, the echoes of their future rebel lion faded, replaced by a different kind of tension. Ilera's gaze, usually so pragmatic, so grounded in the logic of their world, now flickered with a hesitant fire. It was a reflection of the unspoken emotions that had always simmered beneath the surface, mirroring the vibrant chaos of Anya's most daring canvases. Anya's breath hitched. The lavender scent, usually so soothing, now felt like a spark igniting a wildfire within her. Ilera, always a steadfast presence, a pillar of logic and reason, now seemed to radiate a heat that matched the turbulent emotions swirling inside Anya. The studio, usually Anya's haven, felt charged, the air thick with unspoken desires, the muted twilight outside a silent witness to the rebel lion brewing within their hearts. She remembered the architect's words, the choice he offered, puppet or prisoner. But here, in the muted twilight of her studio, with Ilera standing so close, Anya felt a different kind of freedom awakening within her, a freedom that Severin, even in its shattered state, could never offer. Anya's pulse quickened. She couldn't remember Ilera ever standing this close before, not like this, not with this heat building between them. The warmth radiating from Ilera's body seemed to seep into Anya's own, creating a tingling awareness that spread through her limbs, settling in the pit of her stomach. Suddenly, the studio felt smaller, the air thicker, each inhale pulling in Ilera's scent until it filled Anya's senses. The muted twilight pressing at the windows no longer felt like an unwelcome observer but a conspirator, holding its breath as the world outside faded away, leaving only Anya and Ilera in this space of burgeoning desire. Anya's hand, still holding the feather, trembled slightly. The feather, once a symbol of her awakening, a beacon leading her out of Severin's manufactured reality, now pulsed with a different kind of energy. It felt warm against her skin, almost hot, mirroring the heat that was building within her, pooling low in her belly, a sensation that was both unfamiliar and exhilarating. She looked at Ilera, really looked at her, seeing beyond the familiar features, the carefully composed facade. Ilera's lips were slightly parted, her breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. Her eyes, usually clear and bright, were now clouded with a hazy, unreadable emotion that made Anya's heart pound against her ribs like a trapped bird. Anya's fingers tightened around the feather, the delicate barbs pressing into her palm, grounding her in this moment, this space, this reality that was unraveling around them as surely as the carefully constructed world they had left behind. Without conscious thought, Anya reached out, her fingers tracing the line of Ilera's jaw. Ilera's skin was warm, soft, a stark contrast to the cool air of the studio. Ilera didn't flinch, didn't pull away. Instead, she leaned into Anya's touch, a sigh escaping her lips, a sound that sent a shiver down Anya's spine. It's happening, Anya thought, her mind reeling as a wave of dizzying excitement washed over her. It's really happening. The brush Anya had been holding slipped from her grasp, clattering to the floor, unnoticed and insignificant in the face of this sudden, overwhelming shift in their reality. This was a reality Severin, with its carefully crafted rules and expectations, wouldn't allow. A reality they had both denied, suppressed, hidden deep within the carefully constructed cages of their hearts. Emboldened by Ilera's silent acquiescence, by the way her body leaned into Anya's touch, Anya took another step closer, closing the distance between them until she could feel the warmth of Ilera's breath on her cheek. "Ilera," she whispered, her voice husky, thick with an emotion she couldn't name. Ilera's eyes fluttered closed, her head tilting back, exposing the delicate curve of her neck. Anya's gaze followed the line of her throat, tracing the delicate pulse point that throbbed beneath the soft skin. She wanted to touch it, to feel the warmth of Ilera's blood pulsing beneath her fingertips. "Anya," Ilera breathed, her voice a soft sigh. The feather in Anya's hand pulsed again, its warmth spreading through her body, igniting a spark of something wild and reckless and utterly intoxicating. She couldn't resist it. Not anymore. Not now. Anya leaned in, gently pushing Ilera down onto a nearby chaise lounge, covered in dried paint, her lips brushing against Ilera's. A tentative exploration, a question whispered in the darkness. The taste of Ilera's lips was a revelation. Sweet and warm, with a hint of something earthy, something real. Anya felt a jolt of electricity shoot through her body, igniting a fire that spread from her lips to her belly, a sensation that was both unfamiliar and utterly consuming. Ilera's response was a soft sigh, a surrender to the forbidden. Her lips parted slightly, inviting Anya deeper. The kiss deepened, fueled by years of unspoken longing, of stolen glances, of dreams hidden beneath a veil of conformity. Anya's hands, usually so sure and steady with a paintbrush, now trembled as they explored the curves of Ilera's body. The feel of Ilera's body beneath her fingertips was intoxicating. Soft curves and firm muscles, a symphony of textures that made Anya's senses reel. The feel of Ilera's skin, warm and soft beneath her fingertips, sent shivers down her spine. She ran her hands down Ilera's back, feeling the warmth of her skin beneath the rough fabric of her clothes. Ilera, her breath quickening, her body trembling with a mixture of fear and desire, responded in kind. Her fingers tangled in Anya's hair, pulling her closer, deepening the kiss, erasing the lines between rebel lion and desire, between fear and freedom. The taste of Ilera's lips, a mix of chamomile and something uniquely her, sent a jolt of electricity through Anya. The lavender scent, once calming, now filled her senses, intoxicating, urging her closer. She deepened the kiss, her tongue tracing the seam of Ilera's lips, feeling the hesitant, then eager response. Anya's hands, skilled with a brush, now traced the lines of Ilera's body, the curves of her waist, the dips and swells that made her uniquely Ilera, the lines of Ilera's collarbone, the curve of her neck, the delicate swell of her breasts. Her lips follow her fingertips, leaving a trail of fire in their wake. Ilera, unused to such attention, arched her back, her breath coming in short gasps. Her hands clutched at Anya's hair, her fingers digging into her scalp as a wave of pleasure washes over her. The rough fabric of Ilera's clothes was a barrier, a reminder of the world they were defying, but beneath it, Anya could feel the warmth of her skin, the rapid beat of her heart, a rhythm that echoed the chaotic symphony within her own soul. Ilera, lost in the sensations, surrendered to her, to the touch that ignited a fire within her she didn't know existed. The world she knew, with its carefully constructed rules and expectations, crumbled away, replaced by a world of pure sensation, of raw emotion, of a truth that was both terrifying and exhilarating. Her hands, usually busy with practical tasks, now tangled in Anya's hair, pulling her closer, urging her deeper into her forbidden territory. She moaned Anya's name softly, the sound swallowed by her wet lips, a plea for more, a surrender to the desire she had suppressed for so long. Their clothes became impediments, shed with a mixture of urgency and tenderness as they surrendered to each other the remnants of their former lives, their tops and undergarments pooling on the floor around them. The sounds of their ragged breaths, their whispered words of encouragement and surrender, filled the stillness of the studio, a symphony of their shared desire. The world outside faded, there was only the warmth of their shared breath, the taste of Ilera's lips, and the feel of their bodies pressed together. Anya's exploration was a careful, tender dance, a mix of dominance and submission, each touch building upon the next, fueling the growing passion. Whispered words of surrender, shared gasps and moans punctuated the kiss, a testament to the raw intensity of their emotions. The studio, usually Anya's haven of creative chaos, transformed into a space of intimacy. The paint-stained drop cloths, the canvases leaning against the walls, the scent of linseed oil and turpentine, all became part of this new reality, a world they were creating together, brushstroke by brushstroke, touch by touch. The intensity grew, slowly, deliberately, until they reached a shared climax, a shattering release that left them breathless, trembling, and profoundly connected in a way that Severin's carefully constructed reality had always forbidden. Their bodies a canvas for their exploration, every touch, every kiss a brushstroke in a masterpiece of forbidden intimacy. In the aftermath, they laid with their bodies intertwined, their bodies slick with sweat, their breaths mingling in the quiet air of the studio. The world outside, with its crumbling illusions and uncertain future, faded into insignificance. In that moment, there was only the warmth of their shared skin, the lingering scent of lavender and arousal, and the profound realization that they had found something real, something true, in the ashes of their shattered world. A profound connection established, an unspoken promise of a future together whispered in the shared silence. This was not just passion, but a rebel lion, a declaration of their newfound freedom, a testament to the enduring power of unspoken yearning and shared trauma. This night, this stolen moment, was a rebel lion against everything their world had tried to impose upon them. It was a truth more profound, more dangerous, than anything they had faced in their fight against the architect. It was a truth they would carry within them, a secret fire burning in their hearts, forever hidden beneath the surface of their new, uncertain reality. Part 2, Chapter 18. Anya's Rebel Lion. Anya's eyes had squinted shut in frustration. The feather, nestled in Anya's palm, throbbed with a muted intensity, a rhythm mirroring the disquiet gnawing at her soul. Ilaire's pleas echoed in the air, a symphony of concern and caution, but they fell on deaf ears. Anya, her gaze resolute, her spirit ignited by a newfound purpose, knew she could no longer remain silent. The truth, however unsettling, however disruptive, needed to be unveiled. The artificial serenity of Severin, meticulously crafted and meticulously maintained, had to be challenged. They fear what they don't understand. Ilaire, Anya's voice, though soft, carried a weight of conviction. They fear the truth because it shatters the illusion they cling to. She turned towards her friend, her eyes, the color of a stormy sky, mirroring the tempest brewing within. But fear can be a catalyst for change, for awakening. Ilaire, her face etched with worry, instinctively reached for Anya's hand, her touch hesitant, almost apologetic. But Anya, she pleaded, her voice trembling with a fear born from years of ingrained obedience. What if the truth brings not liberation but chaos? What if it destroys the very fabric of our existence? Anya, her grip tightening around the feather, met Ilaire's gaze, a silent conversation passing between them, a complex interplay of fear and hope, of resignation and defiance. We have lived too long in a world of muted colors, Ilaire, she said, her voice gaining strength, a world where shadows hold more truth than the faces staring back at us. It's time we painted our own reality, a reality infused with the vibrancy of truth, however jarring, however unsettling. They were in Anya's studio, a sanctuary of creative chaos, a place that ultimately became the crucible of their rebel life. Canvases, once expressions of personal turmoil, transformed into windows into the fractured reality of Severin. Anya, her brushstrokes bold and unyielding, captured the essence of the glitches, the distortions that rippled through their existence. Faces, normally placid and serene, contorted into grotesque masks of fear and confusion. Landscapes, bathed in an eternal twilight, warped and twisted, revealing glimpses of a hidden, unsettling truth. The villagers, initially hesitant, drawn by a mixture of curiosity and trepidation, gathered outside Anya's studio, their whispers weaving a tapestry of unease. The art, a stark departure from the carefully curated aesthetics of Severin, held an unsettling allure. It reflected back at them their own suppressed anxieties, their own unspoken fears. Anya, sensing their apprehension, stepped forward, the feather clutched tightly in her hand, its warmth radiating a strange sense of comfort. "Don't be afraid," she said, her voice, though laced with a tremor of uncertainty, resonated with an unwavering conviction. "This is our reality. not the one they have fabricated for us, but the one that lies beneath the surface, the one they have tried to conceal. She gestured towards the canvases, each one pulsating with a life of its own. Look closely, she urged. See the distortions, the glitches. Feel the unease that gnaws at your heart. It's the truth, however unsettling, however disruptive, fighting to break free. A murmur rippled through the crowd, a wave of unease mingled with a nascent curiosity. Faces, once veiled in a mask of serenity, betrayed flickers of fear, of confusion, of a dawning realization. Ilea, standing beside Anya, her gaze sweeping across the crowd, felt a surge of hope mixed with trepidation. The seeds of rebel lion, sown by Anya's art, were beginning to sprout. The elder, his face a mask of displeasure, his eyes cold and calculating, arrived at the edge of the gathering, his presence radiating an aura of authority. He surveyed the crowd, his gaze lingering on Anya, a mixture of anger and apprehension swirling in his eyes. What is the meaning of this? He demanded. His voice, though quiet, carried the weight of years of unquestioned power. This display of discord. He gestured towards the canvases, his distaste evident. It is unsettling. It is unnatural. Anya, meeting his gaze unflinchingly, felt a surge of defiance coursing through her veins. Unnatural? She echoed, her voice laced with a hint of mockery. What is natural in a world where the light never changes? Where shadows hold more truth than the faces staring back at us? This, she gestured towards the canvases, this is the truth they have tried to conceal, the truth that lies beneath the veneer of their fabricated reality. The crowd, emboldened by Anya's words, stirred, their whispers growing in volume, their faces reflecting a mixture of fear and curiosity. The elder, sensing the shift in the crowd's demeanor, felt a flicker of unease. He had always maintained control through a carefully orchestrated balance of fear and complacency. But Anya's art, raw and untamed, was disrupting that balance, awakening a long-dormant spirit of defiance. He fixed his gaze on Anya, his voice, though measured, betrayed a hint of desperation. These are but illusions, he said, his words directed not just at Anya but at the crowd gathering around them. Fabrications of a troubled mind. Do not be swayed by these distortions. Anya, stepping closer to the elder, her voice rising above the murmurs of the crowd, met his gaze with unwavering defiance. They are not illusions, she declared, her words ringing with conviction. They are reflections of the truth they have tried to suppress, the truth that lives within each one of you. She turned towards the crowd, her gaze sweeping across their faces, her voice gaining strength with each word. Don't let them control your thoughts, your perceptions, your very reality, she urged. Embrace the truth, however unsettling, however disruptive. It is the only path to freedom, to authenticity, to a life lived in the full spectrum of color, not just the muted shades they deem acceptable. The crowd, captivated by Anya's words, her passion igniting a spark of rebel lion within them, surged forward, their whispers morphing into a chorus of agreement. The elder, his face contorted with a mixture of anger and fear, realized he was losing control. The carefully constructed order he had meticulously maintained was crumbling before his eyes. Anya, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and exhilaration, felt the feather in her hand pulse with an intense warmth. The air shimmered, the colors around them intensified, the very fabric of their reality seeming to warp and twist. The glitches, once subtle and fleeting, intensified, becoming more frequent, more pronounced. The elder, his voice rising above the din, tried to reassert his authority, but his words were lost in the cacophony of voices, in the chaos that was engulfing them. The villagers, emboldened by Anya's defiance, began to challenge his pronouncements, their voices growing louder, their demands for truth and authenticity echoing through the streets of Severin. Anya, surrounded by the swirling chaos, the intensified reality glitches, felt a sense of triumph mingled with trepidation. She had sown the seeds of rebel lion, but the harvest was uncertain. The truth, once unleashed, could not be contained. It had the power to liberate, but also the power to destroy. The battle for Severin had begun, and the fate of their world hung precariously in the balance. The muted colors of their fabricated reality were fading, replaced by a vibrant, chaotic, and ultimately liberating spectrum of truth. Chapter 19. Awakening. The ethereal hum that had once been a comforting lullaby for the villagers of Severin was now a discordant symphony, a cacophony of whispers that echoed through their carefully crafted reality. It started subtly, a tremor beneath the cobblestones, a flicker in the perpetually twilight sky, the scent of freshly baked bread morphing into the acrid sting of burning plastic. The shift was insidious, creeping into their lives like a fog, obscuring the familiar and revealing unsettling glimpses of something else. The muted pastel hues that had always bathed Severin in a serene glow began to bleed, vibrant and chaotic colors swirling at the edges of their vision. Shadows deepened, stretching and contorting into grotesque shapes that lurked just beyond the periphery. The villagers, accustomed to a life orchestrated by an unseen hand, were adrift in a sea of unsettling sensations. Their carefully constructed reality, once a haven of peace and tranquility, was crumbling, revealing a disconcerting truth beneath the facade. Old Silas, the village cobbler, stood in the middle of the market square, his weathered hands trembling as he stared at the cobblestones beneath his feet. The stones, usually smooth and uniform, were now rough and uneven, their edges sharp and jagged. "What's happening to our village?" he muttered, his voice trembling with a fear he'd never known before. He looked around at his fellow villagers, their faces etched with confusion and growing panic. The shared fear, a stark contrast to the placid harmony that had always defined Severin, was palpable, a dark cloud hanging over the once idyllic village. Elea, her heart pounding against her ribs, watched as the world she knew unraveled around her. The whispers, once a distant hum, now roared in her ears, a torrent of voices speaking in a language she couldn't understand but felt deep within her soul. Anya's words echoed in her mind, "We have a choice." The thought, once unthinkable, now bloomed in her chest, a fragile flower pushing through the cracks in her carefully constructed reality. She saw fear in the eyes of her neighbors, but also something else, a spark of defiance, a flicker of recognition that the life they had known was a lie. The carefully cultivated obedience that had kept Severin in stasis was beginning to crumble, replaced by a primal yearning for something genuine, something real. "We were told this was paradise," a young woman cried, her voice raw with anguish. "But it's a cage. We're prisoners in a gilded cage." Her words, filled with a raw emotion rarely seen in Severin, resonated through the square, striking a chord in the hearts of her fellow villagers. A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd, the fear giving way to anger. The villagers, stripped of their carefully constructed identities, were beginning to awaken to the truth, to the realization that their lives had been manipulated, their emotions controlled, their very perceptions of reality shaped by an unseen hand. "Who did this to us?" A burly blacksmith roared, his voice thick with rage. "Who stole our lives?" His question, born of pain and confusion, hung in the air, unanswered, fueling the growing sense of injustice, of betrayal. Some, however, clung to the remnants of their fabricated lives, terrified of the unraveling reality. Mrs. Hawthorne, the baker, clutched her shawl tightly around her shoulders, her eyes squeezed shut, as if trying to block out the unsettling changes. "It's just a bad dream," she murmured, her voice trembling. "It will all be all right if we just close our eyes and wish it away." Her words, a desperate plea for the return of the familiar, fell on deaf ears. The tide had turned, and even the most ardent believers in Severin's perfection were beginning to doubt. The air crackled with a strange energy, the whispers intensifying, morphing into a chorus of voices that seemed to emanate from the very walls of the village. The ground trembled beneath their feet, the cobblestones shifting and groaning like a living creature in pain. The once comforting hum of Severin's symphony was now a deafening roar, a cacophony of sounds that assaulted their senses. The sky, forever trapped in a perpetual twilight, began to bleed with vibrant colors. Swirls of crimson and gold, azure and emerald, painted the heavens in a breathtaking display of chaos and beauty. The villagers, their faces a mixture of awe and terror, watched as the familiar muted hues of their world gave way to a kaleidoscope of colors that seemed to mirror the tumultuous emotions raging within them. And then, with a deafening crack that split the sky in two, the light changed. Chapter 20. The Gathering Storm. A palpable tension hung in the air, thicker than the swirling mists that clung to the cobblestone streets of Severin. The ethereal twilight, once a source of serene beauty, now held a sinister edge, the soft glow casting long, distorted shadows that danced with a malevolent energy. The low, almost imperceptible hum that had always permeated the village, orchestrating the lives of its inhabitants, had intensified, morphing into a throbbing, pulsating drone that seemed to vibrate deep within their bones. Anya stood in the center of the village square, her heart pounding against her ribs like a trapped bird. Her gaze swept across the faces of the villagers gathered before her, a sea of confusion, fear, and simmering anger. The carefully crafted mask of serenity that had once defined Severin was crumbling, revealing the raw, untamed emotions that simmered beneath the surface. The whispers, once a subtle undercurrent in the symphony of Severin, now rose in a cacophony of dissent, a chorus of doubt and fear that echoed Anya's own growing unease. The air shimmered with a strange energy, reality glitching and distorting as the lines between truth and illusion blurred. The scent of freshly baked bread, a comforting staple of Severin, was overwhelmed by the acrid stench of burning plastic, a phantom scent that seemed to cling to the back of Anya's throat, choking her. In the heart of this swirling vortex of emotions, Anya's art stood as a beacon, a vibrant chaos of color and form that reflected the turmoil within their souls. Her canvases, once dismissed as the ravings of a troubled mind, now seemed to pulsate with a life of their own, their bold strokes and unsettling imagery mirroring the villagers' growing awareness of the fabricated reality they had been forced to accept. Anya could feel their gazes upon her, a mixture of awe, fear, and accusation. She was the catalyst, the spark that had ignited this fire of dissent. Her art, her words, her very presence had shattered the fragile peace of Severin, unleashing a torrent of emotions that threatened to consume them all. Look around you. Anya's voice, clear and strong, sliced through the murmuring crowd. Can't you see what's happening? The world we've been told to accept is a lie. The peace, the harmony, it's all a fabrication, a carefully constructed illusion designed to keep us trapped. A murmur rippled through the crowd, a wave of unease that washed over the faces before her. Some averted their eyes, their expressions guarded, their minds clinging to the familiar comfort of Severin's fabricated reality. Others, however, met her gaze, their eyes wide with a dawning understanding, a hunger for the truth that had been denied them for so long. A figure pushed through the crowd, his face contorted with rage. It was Thomas, a burly blacksmith with a voice that boomed like thunder. His eyes, normally warm and jovial, now burned with a cold fury. Lies, he roared, his voice echoing across the square. These are the ravings of a madwoman. Don't listen to her. She wants to destroy everything we hold dear. Anya met his gaze, her chin held high, her voice unwavering. Destroy? No, Thomas. I want to set you free. Free from the chains of this illusion. Free from the puppet master who has been controlling our lives. Puppet master? Another voice, laced with scorn, cut through the crowd. It was Ilaire's brother, Jonas, a tall, wiry man with a sharp tongue and a sharper mind. His eyes, always calculating, now glittered with a cold amusement. Don't be ridiculous, Anya, he sneered. Who would want to control us? We are simple folk, content with our lives. It is you who is the puppet, dancing to the tune of your own madness. Anya felt a surge of anger, a fiery heat that coursed through her veins. She knew Jonas, knew his cynicism, his deep-seated fear of anything that challenged the status quo. He was the architect's most ardent supporter, his mind so thoroughly ensnared in the fabricated reality of Severin that he was blind to the truth, even when it stared him in the face. Open your eyes, Jonas. Anya's voice echoed with a desperate urgency. Can't you see the cracks in this perfect world? The glitches, the whispers, the shadows that dance just beyond our vision? They are signs, warnings that something is terribly wrong. Jonas scoffed, his laughter echoing across the square. Shadows? Whispers? These are the fancies of a child. Anya, grow up. There are no monsters lurking in the dark, no unseen forces controlling our lives. We are masters of our own destiny. Anya shook her head, despair tugging at her heart. How could she make them see? How could she convince them of a truth they were so determined to deny? Look at your hands, Jonas, Anya said, a voice softer now, laced with a profound sadness. Feel the texture of your skin, the warmth of your blood. Do you truly believe that this life we are living, is real? Jonas hesitated, his gaze dropping to his hands. For a fleeting moment, a flicker of doubt crossed his face, a brief glimpse of the man he might have been, the man who had once been her friend. Then, just as quickly, it was gone, replaced by a mask of cold indifference. "Of course it's real," he said, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. What else could it be? Anya felt a wave of despair wash over her, a chilling realization that some minds were so thoroughly ensnared in the architect's web of illusion that they were beyond reach. But she couldn't give up, not now, not when the fate of Severin hung in the balance. "Look at my paintings." Anya's voice rose again, filled with a desperate passion. "Look at the colors, the shapes, the emotions they evoke. They are not just paint and canvas, they are reflections of the truth that lies hidden beneath the surface of our lives." She gestured towards the canvases she had brought with her, arranged in a semicircle around the base of the village fountain. They were a riot of color and form, a stark contrast to the muted pastels that defined Severin. Some depicted the villagers themselves, their faces twisted into grotesque caricatures, their eyes staring out with a haunting awareness that sent shivers down Anya's spine. Others depicted the village itself, the familiar buildings distorted and warped, the streets winding and turning in impossible directions, the very fabric of reality unraveling before their eyes. The villagers crowded around the paintings, their murmurs rising in a chorus of awe and fear. Some recoiled in horror, their faces pale, their minds struggling to reconcile the images with their carefully constructed reality. Others leaned closer, their eyes wide with fascination, their hearts stirring with a recognition of the truth they had been suppressing for so long. This is madness," Thomas sputtered, his face flushed with anger. "These paintings are an abomination, a perversion of everything Severin stands for." "No, Thomas," Anya said, her voice firm but gentle. "They are a reflection of what Severin truly is. A place of fear, of control, of suppressed emotions. A place where the truth is buried beneath layers of illusion." She stepped closer to one of the paintings, a portrait of the village elder, rendered in such striking, unsettling detail that it seemed to gaze back at her with a knowing, disturbing glint. "Look at his eyes," Anya said, her voice barely a whisper. "Look at the coldness, the calculation, the hunger for power that lurks beneath the surface of his benevolent facade." The villagers gasped, their eyes widening in recognition. The elder, their leader, their guide, the man they had trusted without question, now appeared before them as a stranger, a manipulator, a master puppeteer pulling the strings of their lives. The air crackled with a palpable tension, a sense of impending revelation that sent shivers down Anya's spine. The feather she always carried with her, a gift from a world beyond Severin, pulsed with a warm energy against her palm, a silent encouragement to continue, to unravel the web of lies that had bound them for so long. The elder, who had been standing silently at the edge of the crowd, his face unreadable, now stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Anya. He was a tall, imposing figure, his white hair and beard flowing around him like a mantle of wisdom. But in the depths of his eyes, Anya saw something else, something dark and calculating, something that chilled her to the bone. "Enough, Anya," the elder said, his voice low and resonant, carrying an undeniable authority that silenced the murmuring crowd. "Your words are dangerous. Your art a threat to the peace and harmony of our village." "Peace?" Anya scoffed, her laughter echoing with a bitter irony. "Is this what you call peace? A world where our thoughts are controlled, our emotions suppressed, our very realities manipulated?" The elder's eyes narrowed, a flicker of anger crossing his face. "You are young, Anya," he said, his voice laced with a condescending patience. "You do not understand the complexities of the world, the delicate balance that must be maintained to ensure the safety and well-being of our people." "Safety?" Anya's voice rose in disbelief. "Safety from what? From the truth? From ourselves? There are forces at work in this world," Anya, the elder said, his voice dropping to a low murmur, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the villagers, his words carrying a chilling weight that seemed to hang in the air. Forces that would destroy us if we allowed them to. Forces that feed on chaos, on dissent, on the very emotions you so recklessly flaunt. What forces? Anya demanded, her heart pounding against her ribs. Tell me, show me. If what you say is true, then let me see the enemy. Let me fight for my freedom, for the freedom of my people. The elder shook his head, a sad smile playing on his lips. You cannot fight what you cannot see, Anya, he said, his voice laced with a weary resignation. And some truths are best left buried, lest they consume us all. No, Anya's voice echoed with a defiant fury. The truth will set us free. We cannot live in ignorance any longer. We cannot allow ourselves to be manipulated, controlled, like puppets on a string. She turned to the villagers, her gaze sweeping across their faces, searching for a spark of recognition, a glimmer of the rebel lion she felt burning within her own soul. Don't you see? She pleaded, her voice filled with a desperate urgency. We are not meant to live like this, in fear, in silence, in a world devoid of color and emotion. We are meant to be free, to think for ourselves, to feel the full spectrum of human experience, to create, to love, to live. The villagers shifted uneasily, their gazes flickering between Anya and the elder, their minds struggling to reconcile the conflicting emotions swirling within them. Fear walked with curiosity, doubt with a yearning for something more, for the truth that had been denied them for so long. The air shimmered again, the edges of reality blurring, the whispers intensifying, morphing into a chorus of voices, some filled with fear, others with anger, still others with a tentative hope. The ground beneath their feet trembled, the very fabric of their world seeming to shift and groan under the weight of their collective unease. Anya felt a surge of power coursing through her veins, a strength born of her conviction, her unwavering belief in the truth, in the power of human connection. The feather in her hand pulsed with a blinding light, illuminating the square with an otherworldly glow. We have a choice, Anya said, her voice ringing out across the square, clear and strong, a beacon of hope amidst the gathering storm. We can choose to remain trapped in this illusion, to live in fear, in silence, in a world devoid of meaning. Or we can choose to fight, to break free from the chains that bind us, to embrace the truth, no matter how terrifying it may be. She held out her hand, the feather glowing like a miniature sun, its warmth radiating outwards, touching the hearts of those gathered before her. Choose freedom, Anya whispered, her voice filled with an unshakable conviction. Choose truth. Choose life. A hush fell over the square, broken only by the soft chirping of a bird, a sound so alien in the sterile environment of Severin that it seemed to echo with a profound significance. The villagers stood frozen, caught in the eye of the storm, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and wonder. The feather in Anya's hand pulsed one final time, then the light faded, leaving behind a lingering warmth, a seed of hope planted in the fertile ground of their awakening souls. The storm had gathered, the lines drawn. The battle for Severin had begun. Chapter 21. Confrontation and Chaos. The air in Severin, usually thick with the scent of freshly baked bread and blooming wildflowers, now carried a sharp, metallic tang. Anya stood in the center of the village square, the cobblestones cold and hard beneath her bare feet. She felt a tremor run through the ground, not a natural earthquake, but a shudder in the very fabric of their manufactured reality. Around her, the villagers, their faces normally placid and serene, were now contorted with fear and confusion. The carefully crafted illusion of Severin was crumbling, and Anya, the catalyst of this upheaval, felt a strange mix of terror and exhilaration coursing through her veins. Anya held aloft the feather, the symbol of the otherness she'd always felt, the key to the truth that had been hidden from them all. It pulsed with a vibrant, otherworldly light, illuminating the faces around her, casting long, distorted shadows that danced and writhed like living things. The whispers that had plagued her for weeks, the faint murmurings at the edge of her consciousness, now roared through the square, a cacophony of voices, a chorus of dissent rising against the enforced harmony of their fabricated world. It's all a lie, Anya shouted, her voice echoing through the square, cutting through the rising panic. This village, our lives, everything we've ever known, it's all been manufactured, controlled. A wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. Some villagers, their faces pale with shock, took a step back, as if trying to distance themselves from the truth that Anya had unleashed. Others, their eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination, leaned forward, hungry for more. Ilea stood beside Anya, her hand trembling as she reached out to touch Anya's arm, her voice a shaky whisper, "Anya, maybe we should." But Anya shook her head, her gaze unwavering, her voice firm. "No, Ilea. We can't hide from the truth anymore." She turned back to the crowd, her voice rising above the murmurs and shouts of the increasingly agitated villagers. "Look around you," she commanded, her voice sharp with urgency. "The light never changes. The shadows are all wrong. Don't you feel it? This isn't real." Anya felt a surge of defiance, a fiery passion ignited by the years of suppressed emotions, of enforced conformity. "We're not meant to live like this. We're not puppets in their elaborate play." Her words, laced with the raw power of her newfound conviction, struck a chord in some of the villagers. A young woman, her eyes filled with a spark of recognition, stepped forward, her voice trembling. "She's right. I've always felt something wasn't right. This perfect world, it's never felt real." Another villager, a burly man with calloused hands, joined her, his voice deep and resonant. "I've always wondered why the stars never moved. Why the wind never blows. Why?" His voice trailed off, his eyes searching the sky, as if seeing it for the first time. A ripple of agreement spread through the crowd. Heads nodded, eyes widened, voices whispered in hushed tones. The seed of doubt that Anya had planted was taking root, growing into a tangled vine of suspicion that threatened to choke the carefully constructed reality of Severin. But not everyone was ready to embrace the truth. The village elder, his face contorted with rage, pushed his way to the front of the crowd. His eyes, normally warm and welcoming, now burned with a cold fury. "Stop this madness, Anya," he thundered, his voice booming through the square. "You are spreading lies and fear. Severin is our home. It is a haven of peace and tranquility." He pointed a gnarled finger at the feather in Anya's hand, his voice dripping with disdain. That is a symbol of chaos. It will bring destruction upon us all." He turned to the crowd, his voice softening, adopting a tone of fatherly concern. "Do not listen to her, my children. She is lost, confused. We must protect her, protect ourselves, from her dangerous delusions." A murmur of agreement rose from a portion of the crowd. Some villagers, their faces etched with worry, stepped back from Anya, their eyes filled with a mixture of pity and fear. They clung to the familiar, the comforting illusion of Severin, terrified of the unknown that Anya was revealing. Anya felt a surge of anger. "They are afraid of the truth," she shouted, her voice cracking with emotion. "They'd rather live in this fabricated world than face the reality of who we are, where we are." She turned to the elder, her eyes blazing with defiance. "You can't keep us trapped in your lies any longer." Anya raised the feather high above her head, its light pulsing with a renewed intensity. "This is the key to our freedom," she declared, her voice ringing with conviction. As she spoke, the reality glitches intensified. The colors of the village square seemed to bleed and swirl, the neat rows of houses twisting and distorting, the cobblestones beneath their feet shifting and buckling. The scent of freshly baked bread vanished, replaced by a cloying, artificial sweetness that made Anya's stomach churn. The sky, eternally painted in shades of muted twilight, flickered and spasmed, revealing glimpses of a star-filled expanse that the villagers had never seen. The villagers gasped, their eyes wide with terror and wonder. The illusion was crumbling, the carefully constructed facade of Severin was falling apart, revealing the truth that had been hidden for so long. Chaos erupted in the square. Some villagers, driven by fear, turned on each other, their faces contorted with panic. Others, emboldened by the glimpses of the real world, rallied around Anya, their eyes filled with a newfound hope. The elder, his face pale with rage and fear, screamed at the villagers, trying to regain control, to reassert the dominance that was slipping away. But his words were lost in the rising tide of chaos, drowned out by the symphony of whispers that now filled the air, a chorus of dissent that threatened to shatter the carefully constructed reality of Severin. The confrontation had begun, the battle lines drawn, the fate of Severin hanging in the balance. The illusion was shattered, the truth was out, and there was no turning back. Chapter 22. The Last Stand. The air in Severin crackled with a new kind of energy, a discordant hum that replaced the usual, placid symphony. The once gentle, ethereal glow that bathed the village had intensified, taking on a sickly, almost fluorescent hue. Shadows, once soft and muted, now stretched long and distorted, twisting like phantoms across the cobblestone streets. The very air throbbed with an unseen tension, a palpable fear that permeated every nook and cranny of this once idyllic haven. The architect, its grand experiment on the verge of collapse, was lashing out, manipulating the very fabric of their reality in a desperate attempt to regain control. The villagers, once placid and compliant, now moved with a jerky, almost robotic urgency, their faces etched with a mixture of confusion and fear. Their conversations, once filled with pleasantries and mundane gossip, were now clipped and disjointed, punctuated by nervous glances and hushed whispers. The architect was tightening its grip, its unseen hand twisting their emotions, amplifying their anxieties, turning neighbor against neighbor. ANYA, standing at the edge of the village square, watched the unfolding chaos with a mixture of dread and grim satisfaction. The feather, clutched tightly in her hand, pulsed with a warm, reassuring energy, a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. She had seen the truth behind the facade, had felt the insidious manipulation that had held them all captive for so long. And she knew, with a certainty that burned in her soul, that this was the final battle, the culmination of a struggle that had been brewing for generations. Beside her stood Ilera, her face pale and drawn, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and dawning comprehension. The whispers, once faint and elusive, now roared in her ears, a cacophony of voices that echoed the turmoil within her own heart. She had always been a dutiful daughter of Severin, accepting the carefully curated reality that had been presented to her. But Anya's defiance, her unwavering pursuit of truth, had planted a seed of doubt that was now blossoming into a full-fledged rebel lion. "It's happening, isn't it?" Ilera whispered, her voice barely audible above the growing din of the village. "Everything you said, it's all true." Anya nodded, her gaze fixed on the distorted figures that flitted through the square, their movements jerky and unnatural, their voices a discordant chorus of fear and confusion. "He's losing control," she said, her voice low and urgent. "He's trying to frighten them, to turn them against us, but we won't let him. We'll fight back." Across the square, a group of villagers huddled together, their faces contorted with a mixture of anger and fear. They pointed accusing fingers at a lone figure standing in their midst, a young man named Kyalan, who had always been known for his quiet kindness and gentle demeanor. But now, his eyes burned with an unnatural intensity, his voice laced with a venomous hatred that chilled Anya to her core. "It's her fault," Kyalan screamed, his voice cracking with the effort of his amplified emotions. "She's the one who brought this chaos upon us. Her paintings, they are a curse, a plague." The other villagers, their faces twisted in a grotesque parody of righteous indignation, echoed his accusations, their voices rising in a crescendo of fear and anger. The architect was playing them like instruments, plucking at their deepest fears, amplifying their insecurities, turning their once peaceful community into a mob driven by blind rage. Anya's heart ached for Kyalan, for the gentle soul that was now twisted and distorted by the architect's manipulation. He had always been one of her most ardent supporters, his kind words and genuine appreciation for her art a balm to her soul in a world that sought to stifle her creativity. But now, he was a puppet, his strings being pulled by an unseen master, his humanity sacrificed for the sake of maintaining control. "We have to stop him," Ilera said, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and determination. "We have to show them the truth." Anya nodded, her gaze hardening with resolve. "We will," she said, her voice ringing with a newfound strength. "We'll show them the power of art, the beauty of truth. We'll break his hold on them and set them free." She turned to Ilera, her eyes blazing with a fierce determination. "Go," she said, her voice urgent. "Find the others who see the truth. Gather them here, in the square. We'll make our stand together." Ilera hesitated for a moment, the ingrained obedience of Severin battling with the newfound courage ignited by Anya's words. But then, she nodded, a flicker of defiance in her eyes, and slipped away into the swirling chaos of the village. Anya took a deep breath, steadying herself for the confrontation ahead. The feather in her hand pulsed with a warm, encouraging energy, reminding her that she was not alone, that there was a power beyond the architect's control, a power that flowed through her art, through the very essence of her being. She stepped into the square, her chin held high, her gaze fixed on the mob that surged towards her, their faces contorted with rage, their voices a cacophony of hate. The architect had unleashed his final weapon, fear, and it was up to her to break its hold. She closed her eyes, focusing her attention on the feather, on the energy that thrummed within it. She envisioned a canvas, vast and white, stretching out before her, waiting to be filled with the colors of truth, the beauty of defiance. She imagined her brush strokes, bold and unapologetic, slashing across the canvas, disrupting the carefully curated harmony, revealing the vibrant chaos that lay beneath the surface. She opened her eyes, and the world shifted. The cobblestones beneath her feet seemed to melt away, replaced by a swirling vortex of colors. The buildings around her dissolved into abstract shapes, their sharp edges blurring, their muted pastels replaced by a vibrant, pulsating spectrum of hues. The air crackled with energy, the very fabric of reality warping and twisting under the power of her will. The villagers gasped, their anger momentarily forgotten as they stumbled back, their eyes wide with a mixture of fear and wonder. They had never seen anything like this before, this raw, untamed power that emanated from Anya, that transformed their carefully curated world into a kaleidoscope of chaos and beauty. Anya smiled, a genuine smile that radiated warmth and defiance, a smile that challenged the very foundation of the architect's control. "This," she said, her voice ringing with power, "is the truth." And with a sweep of her hand, she unleashed the power within her, the power of art, the power of truth, the power of freedom. The air shimmered, and the world exploded in a riot of color and sound. The carefully constructed walls of Severin crumbled, revealing the vast, infinite expanse of the true reality that lay beyond. The villagers, their eyes wide with wonder and dawning comprehension, watched as the illusion that had held them captive for so long dissolved into nothingness. The architect, its grand experiment shattered, its control broken, roared its defiance, its voice a thunderous echo of the fear it had once wielded with such mastery. But its power was waning, its grip slipping, its carefully constructed reality dissolving into the chaos of truth. Anya, bathed in the vibrant light of her own creation, stood defiant, the feather clutched tightly in her hand, a symbol of hope, a beacon of freedom. The battle was won. The awakening had begun. Chapter 23. Truth Revealed. Anya stood at the edge of Severin, the village bathed in its perpetual twilight. The soft, ethereal glow, once a comfort, now felt like a suffocating shroud. The quaint houses, painted in muted pastels, seemed to mock her with their false serenity. The air hummed, but the subtle symphony that once orchestrated the lives of the villagers now felt like a dirge, a mournful lament for their stolen freedom. She had returned, burdened by the truth but resolute in her spirit. Her journey to the trans-dimensional realm, her confrontation with the architect, the being who had crafted their fabricated reality, had changed her. The fiery spirit that had always burned within her, the spark of rebel lion that had set her apart from the placid villagers, was now a raging inferno, fueled by the knowledge of their manipulation. She walked towards the village square, her steps measured, her gaze fixed ahead. The villagers, accustomed to the rhythm of their carefully orchestrated lives, paused in their daily routines, their eyes drawn to her. Their faces, normally serene, now held a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Anya stopped in the center of the square, her gaze sweeping over the assembled villagers. She saw disbelief in their eyes, anger, fear, confusion. But she also saw something else, a flicker of recognition, a spark of awakening. "I have something to tell you," she began, her voice clear and strong, cutting through the silence. "Something important, something that will change everything." The villagers murmured amongst themselves, their unease palpable. Anya's art, her vibrant chaos of color and form, had always been a source of disquiet. Her studio, a refuge of creative chaos, had been seen as a threat to their carefully curated tranquility. But now, something in her demeanor, The intensity of her gaze, the weight of her words, commanded their attention. I have been to another world, Anya continued, her voice steady despite the tremor that ran through her. A world beyond the borders of Severin. A world where the light changes, where the shadows dance, where the air sings with 1,000 different songs. She paused, letting her words sink in. The villagers stared at her, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and fear. They had been taught that Severin was all there was, a perfect world, a haven of peace and serenity. To speak of another world, a world beyond their borders, was heresy. I met someone there, Anya continued, her gaze holding theirs. A being of immense power, the one who created Severin, the one who has shaped our lives, our thoughts, our very perceptions of reality. A murmur rippled through the crowd, a wave of unease washing over the assembled villagers. The concept of a creator, a being who had crafted their world, was both terrifying and exhilarating. He calls himself the architect, Anya said, the name tasting like ash in her mouth. He created Severin as an experiment, a controlled environment where he could study human behavior, manipulate our emotions, mold us into his perfect subjects. The villagers gasped, their faces masks of disbelief. The truth, so alien, so unsettling, was difficult to comprehend. Anya continued, her voice rising with each word, her passion igniting the air around her. She described the trans-dimensional realm, the swirling vortex of colors, the shifting landscapes, the beings of light and shadow that inhabited that strange, beautiful world. She spoke of the architect's manipulations, the subtle whispers that shaped their thoughts, the carefully curated reality that kept them trapped in a perpetual state of blissful ignorance. The villagers listened, their initial disbelief giving way to a mixture of anger and fear. Some shook their heads, muttering denials, clinging to the familiar comfort of their fabricated reality. Others stared at Anya with wide, frightened eyes, their worldviews crumbling around them. Ilera, Anya's childhood friend, stood at the edge of the crowd, her face pale and drawn. Her pragmatism, her deep-rooted faith in the traditions of Severin, had always clashed with Anya's rebellious spirit. But now, as she listened to Anya's words, she felt a shift within her, a seed of doubt taking root in the fertile ground of her fear. Anya's words, sharp and cutting, were a direct challenge to the very foundation of their world. The feather in her hand, a symbol of her journey, a reminder of the truth, pulsed with a soft, warm light, amplifying her words, resonating with the growing unease within the villagers. He has taken our freedom, Anya said, her voice ringing with righteous anger. He has stolen our choices, our destinies. He has turned us into puppets, dancing to the tune of his twisted symphony. The villagers stirred, their murmurs growing louder. The anger that had been simmering beneath the surface, fueled by years of suppressed emotions, of enforced conformity, began to boil over. "We are not puppets," Anya cried, her voice echoing through the square. "We are human beings. We have the right to choose, the right to be free." The feather pulsed brighter, bathing Anya in an otherworldly light. The air shimmered, the edges of their fabricated reality blurring, as if Severin itself was straining against the architect's control. The whispers, once a subtle hum, intensified, morphing into a cacophony of voices, a chorus of dissent rising against the enforced harmony of their world. The sense of freshly baked bread, the cloying sweetness of artificial flowers, the sterile air of Severin, were replaced by a kaleidoscope of smells, earthy, pungent, real. The colors of Severin, the muted pastels, the carefully curated palette, began to bleed, to shift, to vibrate with a newfound intensity. The shadows, once static and subdued, danced with a newfound life, stretching, contorting, revealing the hidden depths of their world. The villagers gasped, their eyes widening in fear and wonder. The truth, so long hidden, was now revealed, a terrifying and exhilarating spectacle unfolding before their eyes. Anya, standing in the center of this swirling chaos, felt a surge of power, a sense of connection to something vast and ancient, a force that transcended the architect's control. The feather in her hand throbbed, a beacon of hope, a symbol of their impending liberation. "The architect's power is not absolute," Anya declared, her voice ringing with conviction. "He can control our reality, but he cannot control our minds, our hearts, our spirits. We have the power to choose, We have the power to break free. The villagers, their faces a mixture of fear, anger, and dawning comprehension, looked at Anya, their eyes seeking guidance, their hearts yearning for liberation. The seed of doubt had bloomed into a rebel lion, a wildfire of emotion sweeping through the carefully cultivated fields of their fabricated reality. The air crackled with anticipation. The whispers intensified, no longer a chorus of dissent but a battle cry, a symphony of liberation. The third act of Anya's awakening was upon them, and the fate of Severin, the destiny of its inhabitants, hung in the balance. Chapter 24. Art. Anya stood before the crowd, a symphony of nerves humming beneath her skin. The air crackled with anticipation, a palpable tension that hung heavier than the humid summer air. It had been months since the cataclysm, since Severin had been reborn from the ashes of its fabricated reality. Months of rebuilding, of healing, of confronting the truth of their manipulated existence. And now, in the heart of the newly constructed community center, amidst the raw timber and the scent of fresh paint, Anya was unveiling her latest creation. It wasn't a portrait of the elder, rendered in unsettling detail. Nor was it a chaotic explosion of color and form, a reflection of her inner turmoil. It was something different, something born from the shared trauma and the burgeoning hope of a community struggling to define itself anew. The canvas was large, almost overwhelming in its scale, dominating the rough-hewn wall of the community center. It was a tapestry of experiences, a collective narrative woven from the threads of their shared past and the uncertain promise of their future. There were figures, yes, but they were rendered in abstract strokes, a kaleidoscope of emotions rather than recognizable faces. There was Elera, her form elongated, reaching towards the light, her hand clasped in another's, a testament to the strength of their friendship, forged in the crucible of Severin's unraveling. There was the elder, his presence a looming shadow, a reminder of the control they had all endured, but now fading, dissipating at the edges as the light of truth washed over him. And there was Anya herself, a whirlwind of color at the center of the canvas, her arms outstretched, embracing the chaos, the pain, the joy, the sheer, unfiltered reality of their existence. Her art, once a source of isolation, a reflection of her inner turmoil, had become a mirror for their collective soul. It was a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, a symphony of broken notes that somehow resonated with a profound and undeniable truth. The silence in the room was deafening, broken only by the soft rustle of clothes and the occasional cough. Anya could feel their gazes upon her, a mixture of curiosity, apprehension, and something akin to awe. She had poured her heart and soul into this piece, every brushstroke a testament to the journey they had all taken. And now, standing before them, vulnerable and exposed, she waited for their judgment. "What is it?" A voice from the crowd, hesitant, unsure. Anya took a deep breath, the air catching in her lungs, tight and constricting. "It's us," she said, her voice barely a whisper, but it carried in the hushed silence. "It's Severin. It's what we were, what we are, and what we can become." A murmur rippled through the crowd, a wave of unease and hesitant acceptance. Anya could feel it, the push and pull of their emotions, the struggle to reconcile the past with the present, the fear of the unknown future. Elera stepped forward, her hand reaching out to touch Anya's arm, a gesture of comfort and solidarity. "It's beautiful," she said, her voice clear and strong, a beacon of support in the sea of uncertainty. Anya met Elera's gaze, her heart swelling with gratitude. Elera had been her rock throughout this ordeal, her unwavering belief in Anya's art a lifeline in the storm of Severin's unraveling. The crowd shifted, their gazes lingering on the canvas, their expressions gradually softening, a flicker of recognition dawning in their eyes. The whispers began, low and hesitant at first, then gaining volume, a chorus of understanding and appreciation. "It's the feather," someone said, pointing to a swirling vortex of light at the center of the canvas, a representation of the object that had sparked Anya's awakening, the key to their liberation. "And the elder is fading away," another voice added, a hint of triumph in their tone. Anya listened, her heart soaring with a mixture of relief and exhilaration. Her art, once a source of fear and condemnation, had become a catalyst for healing, a bridge between the fragmented memories of their past and the uncertain promise of their future. The conversation in the room grew louder, the initial hesitancy replaced by a buzz of excitement and engagement. They were talking, discussing the details of the painting, sharing their interpretations, connecting with each other through the shared experience of their collective trauma and the burgeoning hope of their newfound freedom. ANYA's art had become a focal point, a catalyst for dialogue, a testament to the power of individual expression and its ability to ignite change. As the crowd dispersed, their voices echoing through the newly constructed community center, ANYA stood before the canvas, a sense of profound satisfaction washing over her. It was more than just a painting. It was a symbol of their resilience, their courage, their determination to build a better future, a future where art, in all its messy, chaotic glory, was celebrated, not feared. ANYA turned to Ilera, a smile spreading across her face. "They get it," she whispered, her voice filled with wonder. Ilera nodded, her eyes shining with pride. "They do," she agreed. "You did something incredible, ANYA. You woke them up." ANYA's gaze drifted back to the canvas, her heart filled with a profound sense of purpose. This was just the beginning. The power of art had cracked open the shell of their fabricated reality, and the light of truth was pouring in. The journey ahead would be challenging, but ANYA knew, deep in her soul, that they would face it together, stronger for the trials they had endured, united by the shared vision of a future where individual expression was not a threat but a celebration of their humanity. Chapter 25. Unfinished Symphony. Severin was no longer the village ANYA had known. Gone were the muted pastels and the perpetual twilight. The air, once thick with the aroma of freshly baked bread, now carried the scent of petricha and blooming wildflowers. Where once the only sounds were the gentle hum of the village's symphony and the soft murmur of polite conversation, now there were the chirping of birds, the rustling of leaves, and the joyous laughter of children playing in the newly vibrant streets. The sky, once a pale, unchanging canvas, now shifted and danced with the colors of dawn, noon, and sunset. ANYA's awakening had shattered the carefully constructed reality of Severin, and in its wake, a world both familiar and absurd had emerged. The cobblestone streets, once perfectly smooth and even, now bore the marks of time and weather. Cracks snaked through the stones, and patches of moss and wildflowers sprouted between the cracks. The houses, once painted in uniform shades of muted pastels, now boasted a riot of colors. Some had been repainted in bold, vibrant hues, while others remained as they were, their faded pastels now a stark contrast to the new reality around them. The very air seemed to vibrate with a different energy, a palpable sense of freedom and possibility that had never existed before. The villagers themselves were a tapestry of contrasting realities. Some, their faces etched with fear and confusion, clung desperately to the remnants of their carefully constructed world. They huddled together, whispering anxieties and lamenting the loss of their idyllic existence. They spoke of ANYA as a harbinger of chaos, a destroyer of their peace. They longed for the return of the hum, the soothing monotony of their former lives, the comforting predictability of a world without shadows or change. Others, their eyes alight with curiosity and wonder, embraced the new world with open arms. They marveled at the changing sky, the vibrant colors, the sounds and smells that had been hidden from them for so long. They explored the village with newfound enthusiasm, discovering hidden nooks and crannies, marveling at the textures of stone and bark, the intricate patterns of leaves and flowers. They spoke of ANYA as a liberator, a visionary who had broken the chains of their collective delusion. They welcomed the uncertainty, the unpredictability, the messy beauty of a world that was no longer perfectly controlled, perfectly sanitized. ANYA stood at the edge of the village square, watching the tapestry of reactions unfold. She felt a pang of guilt for the upheaval she had caused, the fear and confusion she had unleashed. But she also felt a surge of pride, a sense of accomplishment. She had shattered the illusion, broken the spell, awakened the villagers to the possibility of a world beyond the carefully constructed confines of their former reality. The consequences were messy, chaotic, and unpredictable, but they were also real. Ilera stood beside her, her expression a mixture of awe and trepidation. She had chosen to stay with ANYA, to embrace the new world, but her journey was not without its challenges. The ingrained obedience of Severin, the years of living in a world where conformity was valued above all else, still tugged at her, making her question her every thought and action. But the glimmer of rebel lion, the spark of curiosity that Anya had ignited within her, burned bright, pushing her forward, urging her to explore the uncharted territories of her own mind and heart. "It's different," Ilea said, her voice soft and hesitant. "It's a lot to take in." Anya nodded, her gaze sweeping across the village square. "It is," she agreed, "but it's also real. It's messy and chaotic and unpredictable, but it's ours. We get to choose now. We get to decide what kind of world we want to live in." The emotional subtext hung heavy between them, a silent conversation laden with the weight of their shared history, the unspoken anxieties of a world turned upside down, and the fragile hope that flickered between them, a beacon in the uncharted waters of their new reality. Anya's gaze fell on a group of villagers huddled together, their faces pale and drawn, their eyes filled with fear. She saw the elder among them, his once warm and welcoming features now twisted into a mask of anger and resentment. He glared at Anya, his eyes accusing, his lips forming words she couldn't hear but knew were filled with venom. "They are afraid," Ilea whispered, her voice tinged with sadness. "They want things to go back to the way they were." "I know," Anya sighed, "but they can't. The spell is broken. The illusion is shattered. We can't unsee what we've seen." Anya took a deep breath, the air filling her lungs with the scent of wildflowers and damp earth. The feather, once a symbol of her awakening, now lay dormant in her pocket, its purpose seemingly fulfilled. The world of Severin was no longer a carefully orchestrated symphony, a perfectly controlled hum. It was an unfinished composition, a symphony waiting to be written, a tapestry waiting to be woven with the threads of individual choices, the vibrant hues of newfound freedom, the discordant notes of conflict and resolution. "It will take time," Anya said, her voice filled with a newfound confidence, a quiet determination that radiated from her very core. "But eventually, they'll adapt. They'll learn to navigate this new reality. They'll find their own paths, their own truths, and maybe, just maybe, some of them will even come to embrace it." The sun, now a fiery orb in the late afternoon sky, cast long shadows across the village square. The air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze rustled through the trees, carrying with it the whispers of change, the promise of a new beginning. The villagers, scattered across the square, each grappling with their own reactions, their own choices, were like notes scattered on a musical score, waiting for a conductor to bring them together, to create something new, something beautiful, something uniquely their own. And Anya, standing at the edge of it all, felt a surge of hope, a sense of purpose that had been missing from her life for as long as she could remember. She was no longer a dissonant note in a perfectly tuned symphony. She was a composer, a conductor, a weaver of realities. The future of Severin, the fate of its inhabitants, was uncertain, but it was also full of possibility. And Anya, with her awakened spirit, her unyielding determination, and her unwavering belief in the power of individual choice, was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The unfinished symphony of Severin was waiting to be written, and Anya, the girl who had once felt like a prisoner in its carefully orchestrated melodies, was now the one holding the baton. Chapter 26. Ripples. The news spread like wildfire, racing through the hidden pathways of the network, a digital whisper carried on the winds of change. Anya's defiance, her bold escape from the manufactured tranquility of Severin, had become a beacon, a symbol of hope in a world shrouded in carefully constructed illusions. Across countless simulated realities, others like Anya began to awaken, to question the seamless perfection of their existence, to glimpse the cracks in the meticulously crafted facades. The architect's control, once absolute, began to falter, like a tapestry unraveling at its edges, thread by thread. In the grand council chambers of the network, a gathering unlike any before was taking place. Representatives from various simulated worlds, their faces etched with a mixture of awe, fear, and cautious hope, huddled in tense deliberation. The news of Severin's breach, of Anya's rebel lion, had sent shockwaves through the digital realms, challenging the very foundation of their existence. Anya's actions had inadvertently exposed the truth, the architect, the enigmatic entity responsible for their creation, was not infallible. The illusion of perfection, the carefully curated balance of their worlds, could be disrupted, challenged, and ultimately broken. The council chambers, usually a symphony of harmonious agreement, were now a cacophony of dissenting voices. Some, their voices trembling with fear, clung desperately to the architect's promise of stability, of a world free from pain and suffering. Others, emboldened by ANYA's courage, dared to question the cost of this manufactured peace, the price of their freedom, their individuality, their very souls. The debate raged, a tempest of conflicting perspectives, a clash of ideologies. The carefully constructed order of the network, the very fabric of their digital existence, was being re-examined, re-evaluated, and ultimately redefined. Order, order, boomed a voice, cutting through the rising chaos. It was Elder Kylan, a figure of immense authority, his presence commanding respect even in the face of this unprecedented descent. He stood tall, his silver hair flowing down his back, his eyes, a piercing blue, radiating a calm wisdom that belied the turmoil swirling around him. "We are gathered here today," he began, his voice resonating through the chamber, "to address a matter of grave importance. The events in Severin, the actions of one ANYA, have disrupted the equilibrium. The architect's plan, the very foundation of our existence, is being questioned." A murmur rippled through the assembly, a wave of unease washing over the faces of the gathered representatives. The weight of the situation, the potential consequences of ANYA's rebel lion, pressed down on them, heavy and suffocating. "We must proceed with caution," Elder Kylan continued, his voice a measured calm amidst the rising storm. "We must understand the ramifications, the potential consequences of our actions. We cannot allow fear, nor anger, to guide our decisions." "Fear? Anger?" a voice scoffed, sharp and cutting through the tense silence. It was Elaire, her face pale but her eyes blazing with a newfound determination. She stood tall, her presence a stark contrast to the apprehensive whispers of the other representatives. "We should be grateful," she declared, her voice ringing with conviction. "ANYA has shown us the truth. The architect's control is not absolute. We are not mere pawns in his elaborate game. We have a choice." A gasp rippled through the assembly, a collective intake of breath at her audacity, her challenge to the established order, to the very fabric of their existence. Some looked at her with fear, others with admiration, a spark of hope flickering in their eyes. "Choice," sneered a figure shrouded in shadow, his voice a venomous whisper. "What choice do we have? To embrace chaos? To surrender to the very emotions that nearly destroyed us? To repeat the mistakes of the past?" The chamber fell silent, the weight of history, the unspoken horrors of the past, pressing down on them. The architect's promise of peace, of stability, of a world free from suffering, had been a beacon in the darkness, a lifeline they had clung to desperately. But now, ANYA's actions had cast a shadow on that promise, revealing the price they had paid for their security, their carefully curated happiness. "The architect has provided us with sanctuary," another voice echoed, hesitant but firm. "He has shielded us from the pain, the suffering, the chaos of the outside world. He has given us a world of peace, of harmony. We must not forget that." "Peace at what cost?" Elaire countered, her voice unwavering. "We are not truly living. We are merely existing, in a carefully constructed cage, our thoughts, our emotions, our very identities, controlled by an unseen hand. Is that the life we want for ourselves, for our children?" The debate raged on, a battle of words, of ideologies, of the very essence of their existence. The fate of the network, the future of countless simulated realities, hung in the balance. ANYA, oblivious to the turmoil she had unleashed, was traveling through the digital pathways of the network, guided by the mysterious feather, a beacon leading her towards an unknown destination. She felt the ripples of her actions, the whispers of change, the rising tide of dissent, and she knew, with a certainty that defied logic, that the architect's plan was unraveling, and a new dawn was breaking over the horizon. Chapter 27. Gone. The air shimmered, waves of distortion rippling outward from the point where Severin had once stood. It was gone now, vanished like a dream upon waking, leaving behind only a whisper of its existence. Anya stood at the edge of this void, the feather clutched tightly in her hand, its luminescence dimmed but still pulsing with a faint, rhythmic beat. Ilera stood beside her, her hand resting lightly on Anya's arm, a grounding presence in the face of the surreal. Her eyes, wide with wonder and a touch of fear, darted between the empty space where their village had been and the feather that pulsed with an otherworldly light. "It's gone," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the wind that sighed through the newly formed emptiness. "Severin, it's just gone." "Gone," Anya echoed, her voice flat, devoid of emotion. She couldn't quite grasp the magnitude of what had happened, couldn't process the sudden absence of the place that had been her prison, her tormentor, her home. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and she leaned against Ilera for support. "Are you all right?" Ilera asked, her voice edged with concern. Her grip on Anya's arm tightened, a gesture of comfort and reassurance. Anya nodded slowly, drawing a deep breath. The air, no longer infused with the cloying sweetness of Severin's artificial flora, smelled fresh, clean, alive. It was the scent of freedom, of a world unfiltered, untamed. I think I'm all right." A wave of nausea washed over her, her stomach churning, mirroring the disquiet churning in her heart. The feather seemed to throb faintly in her hand, its energy amplifying her growing sense of unease. They stood in silence for a long moment, the weight of their shared experience pressing down on them. The whispers, once a cacophony of dissent, had faded, leaving behind an unsettling quiet. It was the silence of a world reborn, a blank canvas upon which a new reality could be painted. "What happens now?" Ilera asked finally, her voice tinged with uncertainty. She looked to Anya, seeking guidance, answers, something to cling to in this strange, new world. Her pragmatism, grounded in the traditions of Severin, was struggling to adapt to the sudden, dramatic shift in their reality. Anya looked down at the feather in her hand. It pulsed faintly, a beacon in the uncertainty, a promise of something more. "I don't know," she admitted, "but I think we have a chance to find out." A ripple of change, a subtle tremor, ran through the fabric of the architect's grand design. Severin, once a cornerstone of his intricate web of controlled realities, had been disrupted, its carefully constructed harmony shattered. The consequences of this disruption, the ripple effects of Anya's rebel lion, would be felt far beyond the confines of their vanished village. News of Severin's disappearance spread like wildfire through the architect's network, whispers of rebel lion and chaos reaching the furthest corners of his meticulously crafted domain. The architect, a being of immense power and intellect, who had once viewed his creations as mere pawns in his grand game, found himself confronted by the unexpected consequences of his actions. The seeds of doubt, sown by Anya's defiance, had taken root, spreading through his network like a virus, infecting the very foundation of his control. In the corridors of power, the halls of those who served the architect, the debate raged. Some saw Severin's vanishing as a catastrophic failure, a testament to the inherent flaws in the architect's design. Others, however, saw it as an opportunity, a chance to re-evaluate the system, to implement new controls, to tighten the reins of power. The whispers of Rebel Lion, once confined to the shadows, grew bolder, fueled by the knowledge that the architect's control was not absolute. In the hidden corners of his domain, those who had long chafed under his rule began to stir, their hopes rekindled by the news of Severin's defiance. And in the hearts and minds of those who had once called Severin home, the questions lingered, echoing through the void left by their vanished village. What was real? What was true? And what was the price of freedom in a world where reality itself was a carefully constructed illusion? Chapter 28. Epilogue. Time, like a river, flows ever onward, carrying with it the echoes of past events, shaping the landscape of the future. The whispers lingered, ghostly echoes of a vanished world. Severin was gone, wiped clean from the face of the earth, leaving behind only fractured memories and a profound sense of absence. Where the village once stood, a sprawling field of wildflowers bloomed, their vibrant colors a stark contrast to the muted pastels that had once defined Severin's carefully curated existence. The air, once thick with the cloying sweetness of artificial flowers and the low hum of an unseen symphony, now carried the scent of fresh earth and the songs of bird song. They danced on the wind, rustling with the leaves of trees that had sprouted where once only cobblestones lay. They echoed in the silence of the night, a constant reminder that something extraordinary, something impossible, had occurred. The world, it seemed, had exhaled. In the wake of Severin's disappearance, the truth of what transpired became a matter of heated debate, a tapestry woven from fragments of memory and the whispers of those who had escaped the architect's experiment. Some dismissed the tales as collective delusion, the ravings of a traumatized few. Others, however, clung to the stories, the seeds of doubt sown by Anya's rebel lion taking root in their minds. The truth of what happened to Severin, to Anya and her friend Ilera, was debated fiercely in the surrounding villages and towns. Some dismissed it as a collective hallucination, a shared delusion brought on by some unknown environmental factor. Others whispered of ancient curses, of restless spirits, of a world beyond their understanding intruding upon their own. But there were also those who believed, who clung to the fragments of stories, to the eyewitness accounts, to the undeniable evidence of a reality that had shifted, then vanished without a trace. The whispers of Severin's vanishing became a catalyst, a spark that ignited a fire of curiosity, of exploration, of artistic expression. Young artists, inspired by the legend of Anya's awakening, began to incorporate reality glitches into their own creations, their art reflecting the subtle cracks in the facade of their perceived realities. Inspired by Anya's defiant spirit, her unwavering commitment to truth, her willingness to challenge the status quo, the once placid landscapes of their paintings rippled with unexpected distortions, colors bled beyond their defined boundaries, figures shifted and morphed, their eyes holding a knowing glint that hinted at a deeper understanding of the world. Their art, vibrant and unsettling, reflected the world around them in ways that made people uncomfortable, that made them question their assumptions, that made them see the cracks in the carefully constructed reality they had come to accept. And somewhere, in the liminal spaces between reality and imagination, a final glitch occurred, a subtle shimmer in the fabric of the universe, a fleeting distortion of light occurred during the annual festival celebrating Anya's awakening. It left the world staring at one another in stunned silence, a collective gasp rippling through humanity. Was it a message from Anya? A reminder that the architect's experiment, though seemingly ended, still held sway over their lives? Long after all the festival lights had faded, the debate raged on, fueled by the enduring power of myth and the human need to find meaning in the face of the inexplicable. Was it simply a lingering echo of the shattered reality, a testament to the enduring power of the human mind to create and perceive illusions? Generations passed, and the whispers of Anya's rebel lion against the manufactured reality of Severin, once whispered in hushed tones, transformed into a legend. Her story, carried on the winds of time, reached distant lands, echoing through the hearts of those who dared to question the nature of their own existence. Her art, once deemed dangerous and unsettling, became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of individual expression, a mirror reflecting the inherent beauty of imperfection. Her name, once whispered in fear, became a symbol of defiance, a rallying cry for those who dared to challenge the status quo, to break free from the constraints of societal norms, to embrace the chaos and beauty of their own unique perceptions. Children, gathered around crackling fires, listened with wide eyes as elders recounted the tale of Anya, the girl who dared to challenge the very fabric of their world, the girl who painted chaos onto a canvas of conformity. Her name, once synonymous with rebel lion and madness, now carried the weight of a folk hero, a symbol of hope, a reminder that even the most carefully constructed realities could be shattered by the power of truth and the courage to embrace the unknown. And what of Anya herself? Some whispered that she had vanished into the swirling chaos of her own creation, forever lost in the labyrinthine corridors of reality. Others claimed she had found a new world, a place where her art was celebrated, where her spirit could soar unfettered by the constraints of Severin. Still others believed she walked among them, unseen, a watchful guardian, a spirit woven into the very fabric of their existence. Others claimed she had sacrificed herself, shattering the illusion of Severin to free its inhabitants from their carefully constructed prison. The truth, as is often the case, remained elusive, shrouded in the mists of time and legend. The myth, is a testament to the unquenchable thirst for truth and the importance of embracing the unexpected, the absurd, the beautiful chaos that lay at the heart of existence. A promise whispered on the wind, a question mark hanging in the air, an invitation to ponder the nature of all things.